Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr.
11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate
With Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick.
weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
On NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
The Point
With Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point
With Boomer Gordon.
1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
On TSN 1050.
Welcome back to Leafs Game Night. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado live from Scotiabank Arena. And Jimmy, it is time for our FanDuel same game parlay. Are you ready to go?
All set, guy.
All right, we have Nazem Kadri, 3+ shots on goal. The Maple Leafs money line and John Tavares anytime goal scorer. I think John Tavares is due. I was looking at this one last game, didn't take it. Happy I didn't take it because we're going to take it tonight. And that pays out plus 407. Jimmy, if you put $20 down, that pays out $81. Gets you half a tank of gas. Happy guy on the way home.
Not in my car. It's more than a tank of gas.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Are you a hybrid kind of guy?
No. I am sort of a hybrid kind of guy, but I'm an efficient driver. I don't have the land yacht.
All right. You got eco mode on, and
That's
you
right.
don't speed.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I do speed. All right, here's Sheldon Keefe with the Flames bringing, or what the challenges the Flames bring to the table tonight.
Well, the challenge is that they're trending up, and I think they're developing some belief in what they're doing. They've outplayed their competition pretty good in the last 3 games that they've played, and coming off a couple wins. Look at their team, and I was talking to Tree a little bit this morning. Did a pretty good job building this team. It's deep down the middle, deep on defense, competitors all through the group. So there's challenges there with the center depth they have, the defensive depth they have. They got lots of guys that can move well, help on offense, and also compete and do a good job defensively. So. Yeah, there's some challenges there. Probably the biggest one, though, is, like as I said, they're trending up and I think developing belief in what they're doing.
It's possible the players have revenge games against former teams. Is it possible for a general manager to have a revenge game through you guys?
I don't know. Tree's not giving me any vibes like that. He's one thing I've learned about Tree very quickly is that he develops very deep and close relationships with those that he works with. And he's still very much connected and cares a lot about the people that are still there in Calgary. So I'm sure this one is a challenging one for him here. But as I said, I know that he has a great deal of respect for everyone in that organization.
So he didn't paste 20 to the board this morning?
No.
Well, only 2 games, but what's the biggest difference you've noticed in Nick Robertson's recall this season compared to past times?
I think... if I focus on his first game, I think his first game was as polished a game that he's played in terms of how he managed the puck, the decisions that he made with it. He's always had great energy and great pace, but the game has always been a little bit scattered, and it looked looked really good and organized despite playing with, it was Max Domi's first game in center and all of that. But I thought the second game the other night, not as the same level of polish to it, but I just think there's a greater level of maturity there in terms of knowing when it's time to make a play and find a play, and time to put the puck into a spot where you got to really work to get it back, but also take care of it. So I think that's all part of being an NHL player, is knowing those pieces. You got to really work to get it back, but also take care of it. So I think that's all part of being an NHL player, is knowing those pieces. It looks to me like he's not come in focused, putting his offense first. It's more about the game, and we've talked a lot with him over the years about that. That's a big part of the NHL game. You're not going to be able to score and make your mark on the game offensively every day, but on every single shift you'll have multiple opportunities to affect the game positively. And to me, he's single shift. You'll have multiple opportunities to affect the game positively. And to me, he's done that well here in the early going.
What's it been like working with Brad as you've worked through some issues this season? Reeves was just saying he appreciates that he's very calm, like there's no sense of panic with him.
Yeah, he's a very experienced guy, so I think he's seen a lot of it through ups and downs and whatever the league can throw at you. I think he's dealt with it. Communicates very well. He's very engaged, very involved. He's around. He asks questions. He communicates his observations. So I've really enjoyed it. I think everybody in the organization, players and staff alike, feel cared for, but also feel that he's there and he knows what's going on, so that he can really try to give us what we need to do our job.
Jimmy, I'll take you inside the dressing room here if you'd like. I can guarantee you there's more than a $20 bill taped to the whiteboard tonight from Brad Treliving, because in my experience, when Lou Lamoriello became the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs, our first game against the New Jersey Devils, I believe the words team dinner were put up on the board.
Much more than $20.
And I believe the team was highly motivated and went out and got a big win that night. I wonder if that could be the case tonight.
I'd like to hear the story of what the team dinner was actually like.
The team dinner is always a good time, especially when someone else is paying for it, because you take full advantage of that, especially when that person had deep pockets like Mr. Lamoriello does.
And was it locally?
No, that's on the road.
Oh,
that's a great,
even better.
That's right. It gives you a little something to work for on the road. We hop into a nice city, team dinner. Hey?
Lou is always ahead.
That's right. Well, listen, you want it to be a big night. You want to beat your former team. Why not give a little extra motivation to the boys? And not that they should need it tonight, Jimmy, because there's a lot that should be motivating this Leafs team tonight. They got embarrassed by the Ottawa Senators. A lot of people have been talking about the new players not fitting in, not making an impact on this team, the decor not being good enough, the goaltending not being good enough. I think people are starting to, I don't know why, but people are starting to question Sheldon Keefe, which I think is crazy to me, because he's a very good coach, very highly regarded in the league. But a lot of these things are starting to happen, so there should be no shortage of motivation for this team.
Yeah, and, again, I think there's the demand that the Leafs hit the ground running from game one and just waltz through the 82 and then go on and develop their playoff success, but that's not how it's done.
That's just not going to happen, especially in the National Hockey League, where, if you stayed up last night and you watched the San Jose Sharks and the Edmonton Oilers, the Sharks beat the Oilers, and everyone thought, well, the Oilers can just flip a switch. They can just turn it on, and they're going to beat the Sharks 7 or 8-0, and guess what? That doesn't really happen. So tonight the Leafs will have their hands full against the Calgary Flames team that's trending in the right direction. I guess if we're looking at this from a tactical point of view, my biggest criticism about this Calgary Flames team, it's the same thing that ailed them last season, is that they get a lot of shots, but they don't get quality chances. And I think that's the thing if you're the Leafs.
From the outside.
It's a lot. It's quantity. It's not a lot of quality. And if you're the Leafs, you're looking at that thinking, let's keep it that way. Let's keep them to the outside of the ice, because they're not very good at getting to the interior, getting to the slot area. And if we see the Calgary Flames getting to those areas tonight and peppering the Leafs with quality chances, we will know that the Leafs are not doing something well, because this is not the MO of this Calgary Flames team. It's a lot of junk, if you want to call it that, from the outside of the ice, Jimmy.
Whatever the word is, it's not pretty, but it can be effective. So just to sort of reiterate here, it's Hall of Fame night. Going in, Tom Barrasso, Caroline Ouellette, Pierre Lacroix will be represented by his family. Henrik Lundqvist, Ken Hitchcock, Pierre Turgeon, and Mike Vernon. So 3 goalies go in. And we'll get to all that at about 7:05. I'll be throwing it over to Mike Ross, the PA announcer, and he'll guide us through all of that. But in the meantime, dealing with the Flames, who, even though the start hasn't been good, they've been good lately, and they look a lot better than Edmonton, don't they?
They do look better than Edmonton. Edmonton, the last place team, are tied for last place in the NHL with the San Jose Sharks. There's one player I think a lot of people in this building are going to be watching on the Calgary Flames. Do you know who that would be?
I would say Kadri, but I know it's not.
It's a great guess. I think a lot of people pay attention to Kadri and what he's done since leaving this team, and he's someone who was loved here in this market. I would also say that he was loved more after the fact because we know the way he went out with the suspensions and all that. Jimmy, I saw you circle a name on your lineup sheet, so I'm going to give you one more guess.
Number 10.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jonathan Huberdeau.
And that is an intriguing situation because while we're talking about the Hall of Fame, there aren't too many Hall of Famers that go through that kind of a struggle. So he's well thought of. There's no question about it. But there's been a significant drop since he arrived in Calgary.
2 years ago, this is a player that had 115 points on a team that won the President's Trophy. Now it was well documented that he didn't want to get traded from Florida. And sure enough, he goes to Calgary, which is very different. He goes from driving his Ferrari to the rink to having to drive a Ford F-150. It's very different. It's colder. But it didn't get off to a great start last year under Daryl Sutter, and we know what that relationship was like. We know what Daryl Sutter was like as a communicator, but Daryl Sutter's not there anymore. Ryan Huska's the coach now. So how do we explain the fact that Jonathan Huberdeau, last game for the Calgary Flames, sat for the entire third period, didn't play a shift against the Nashville Predators, and the Flames scored 3 third-period goals to go on and win that game? So how does he bounce back tonight in Toronto, the center of the hockey universe, all our media, all their media, all the national media watching this game to see how does he respond, how does he deal with that adversity? It's a guy who's making $10.5 million this year plus 7 more years.
You know, when you talk about a car like that, I want to ask this question, so I will.
Adversity. It's a guy who's making $10.5 million this year plus 7 more years.
You know, when you talk about a car like that, I want to ask this question, so I will. I hope he parks in his spot and doesn't angle his car to take up a spot and a half.
I hate that.
Parked right beside one of those today.
Did you really,
it was
Jim?
A Porsche, yeah. Mr. Porsche.
Oh, yeah, Mr.
And he
Porsche.
had his rear end hanging in, sort of into my spot, but, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, so you parked your hybrid Maserati next to the Porsche, and you didn't like the way the Porsche parked. I see the way it is, Jimmy.
Well, it's like, guy, if you don't want it scratched, put it in the spot.
Well,
don't have it hang out of the spot.
Or how about take it one step further? If you don't want that nice car scratched, I'd be parking that thing away from everyone else. Like, give me
I
the
think
furthest.
He thought he was, but the tap man right beside him.
You bamboozled him, didn't you?
I did, yeah, as I'm known to do.
Yeah. So that'll be the big one. And you know what? I think this Calgary Flames D-Corps presents a bit of a challenge for the Leafs.
Well, you heard Coach Keefe talking about it. He's really impressed with how the GM Brad Treliving put it together.
He's built a good decor here, and that was one of the things that really stood out when Brad Treliving came to Toronto, kind of looking back at the moves that he made in Calgary, specifically when it comes to acquiring defensemen. Right? Like he brought in Chris Tanev. He brought in Mackenzie Weegar. He brought in Noah Hanifin. Prior to Noah Hanifin, he had brought in Dougie Hamilton. He brought in Nikita Zadorov. He brought in Eric Goodbranson, who's now playing for the Columbus Blue Jackets. So he has a reputation of bringing in good defensemen into a franchise. And I don't know, Jimmy, maybe at some point, if things keep going south for the Calgary Flames, we could see 1 or 2 of these defensemen on Calgary wearing the blue and white later this season.
Since we have about 20 seconds left, is there one particular name when you look at that Calgary blue line you'd like to see in blue and white?
I'm a very big Chris Tanev fan, personally, because I played with him. Yeah. But I think they need a guy like Nikita Zadorov. Big, strong, physical, nasty, can skate pretty well, moves the puck very well. We'll be watching him tonight, Jimmy, and we'll be pre-scouting him. Maybe he's a Leaf at some point.
We're going to set up the opening face-off for you next in Hall of Fame night. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
The wheels on the bus go do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibe. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious. Glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with Certainty Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from Certainteed. Pro, all the way.
Let's get jerseys. Let's get jerseys.
Right now, become a Tangerine client with a savings account, and you could get a free Raptors jersey.
We want jerseys.
Finally, a savings account worth cheering for.
Jerseys. Jerseys.
Find out how to score a jersey at tangerine.ca/Raptors. Tangerine. That's forward banking. Available to new clients who open and fund an eligible account while supplies last. Conditions apply.
Well, home has not been kind to the Leafs so far this season. Their best wins have been on the road, and while we're at it, not exactly defensively responsible here at Scotiabank Arena either. Calgary, tough start, but good lately. Oh, Guy, what does all that mean? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do. And back at Scotiabank Arena, rounding out a homestand that'll conclude tomorrow night at home to Vancouver, and then they're off to Sweden. The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado reporting. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Ralph standing by. So here are the Leafs lineup in terms of lines. Austin Matthews centering Mitch Marner and Matthew Nyes. Tavares centering Nylander and Bertuzzi. Domi centering Yarncroke and Robertson. Camp between Reeves and Gregor on the blue line. Riley, Brody, Gio, McCabe, Legason, and Benoit. And the goaltender to start is Joseph Woll. And Pontus Holmberg is a scratch, just recalled from the Marlies. Injured John Klingberg, Connor Timmins, and Timothy Liljegren. So what do you make of all that, Frankie C?
Well, why don't we start up front, Jimmy? And the first thing that kind of stands out to me, and we always talk about the offense, so why don't we start there? Can Matthew Nyes continue to keep things rolling on the first line with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner? Can Tyler Bertuzzi progress his game playing with John Tavares, who maybe the offense has gone a little dry here lately, and William Nylander, who is playing like an offensive dynamo? And maybe one of the more important things, can Max Domi solidify here lately, and William Nylander, who is playing like an offensive dynamo? And maybe one of the more important things, can Max Domi solidify himself as a legit third-line center? He looked good the first game. He looked okay the second game playing there, but Nick Robertson and Calle Yarncroke should provide enough offense on that line for Max Domi to play responsible defensively. And Jimmy, if you're the fourth line, just don't get scored on. Just don't take penalties in the offensive zone. Play responsible, and I think that's the message for the whole group. Let's have attention to details here away from the puck, because we know we have enough offense to win games at the right times. And when I take a look at the back end, no John Klingberg tonight. He is now hurt, or quote-unquote hurt. We don't know, Jimmy, but it's going to be 6 left. And when I take a look at the back end, no John Klingberg tonight. He is now hurt, or quote-unquote hurt. We don't know, Jimmy, but it's going to be 6 left-handed defensemen for the Leafs tonight. The only other team dressing 6 lefties, the Florida Panthers. And the 2 players that have been called up from the American Hockey League, William Lagesson and Simon Benoit, have done an adequate job here stepping into the lineup. Jake McCabe returns, and that's great news for Leaf fans because Jake McCabe has sorely been missed on this blue line. So we'll see how the new look pairs look tonight. And Joseph Woll gets an opportunity to bounce back from a game against the Ottawa Senators that wasn't his best performance, his worst of the year. But I like the fact that Sheldon Keefe goes back to him tonight. He said, listen, Ilya Samsonov hasn't been playing well. It is your net. Find a way to have a bounce-back game tonight, and then Ilya Samsonov probably goes tomorrow against the Vancouver Canucks.
So big stuff happening at Scotiabank Arena tonight. It's Hockey Hall of Fame game night. And going into the hall, Tom Barrasso, Caroline Ouellette, Pierre Lacroix will be represented by his family, Henrik Lundqvist, Ken Hitchcock, Pierre Turgeon, and Mike Vernon. And in approximately 2 minutes from now, I'm going to throw to the PA announcer, Mike Ross, and he'll take you through those ceremonies. We'll stay there or stay here for that. That shuffling that you talked about, I mean, when you look at that lineup, those forward units, I don't know what else they could do with them.
Well, they've done so much tinkering already with those lines, and they're trying to find something that gives them some balance, right? Like you've had William Nylander higher in the lineup, low. Like at one point, he was the third-line center. We know he's not a centerman anymore. Pontus Holmberg at one point was playing fourth-line center. David Kampf was playing third-line center. That didn't work. So you're trying to find things that work, and you think you get a little bit of a spark with Matthew Nyes playing on the top line. It would be great if Tyler Bertuzzi could find that same kind of spark on the second line. And as far as the D pairs go, like 6 left-handed defensemen, Morgan Riley, TJ Brody have played well together. Mark Giordano, I mean, what more can you ask of the 40-year-old defenseman who's logging 20-plus minutes a night right now, who probably should be playing on the third pair, but is being asked to do more? Listen, Jimmy, we could talk about the offense all night long. If this team doesn't play responsible defensively and they continue to give up high-quality chances in front of young goaltender Joseph Woll, it's not a great recipe for this team, and Sheldon Keefe talked about it. The Calgary Flames have played better of late, and they're looking to make their way up the standings. By the way, in goal tonight for the Calgary Flames, Daniel Vladar, not Jacob Markstrom. He's hurt right now. Dustin Wolf has been recalled from the AHL. He was the AHL goaltender of the year. So we get Vladar versus Woll tonight here in Toronto.
Just want to do the special teams as we send it over to Mike Ross very shortly. Power play, Calgary at 16.7, PK at 90%. PK at 90% for a total of 96.7. The Leafs power play at 27.9, but the PK at 71.4.
The PK's been a real issue for the Leafs this year, and yesterday the Leafs spent a lot of time practicing the penalty kill, making sure that the personnel on the penalty kill is actually getting reps. A lot of times it's power play players who are just playing the power play, and people are filling in on the penalty kill in practice. They made a specific point to practice the penalty kill. There's been some different personnel this year, and they need to find a way to right the ship on the penalty kill.
All right, let's go over for Hockey Hall of Fame night to PA announcer Mike Ross.
Fans, welcome to the annual Hockey Hall of Fame game. Tonight, the Toronto Maple Leafs are honored to host honored members of the Hockey Hall of Fame and welcome for the first time the 2023 induction class. We now welcome our Hockey Hall of Fame honored members. A member of the IIHF Hall of Fame, Canada Sports Hall of Fame, and one of the first 2 women inducted to the Hockey Hall of Fame, Angela James. A member of hockey's elite Triple Gold Club, Peter Forsberg. An Olympic champion, a 7-time world champion, and one of the first women inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, Geraldine Heaney. He had 1,152 points in 1,089 career games, Michel Goulet. This playmaker had the highest amount of games played and points scored among undrafted NHL players. Adam Oates. Winner of 4 straight Olympic gold medals, Jana Hefford. The only player in NHL history to score 10 points in a single game, Darryl Sittler. Stanley Cup champion and named the greatest Toronto Maple Leaf player in our centennial season, Dave Keon. A 500 goal scorer, Stanley Cup champion, and chairman of the Hockey Hall of Fame, Lenny McDonald. And now, the 2023 Hockey Hall of Fame induction class. And now, the 2023 Hockey Hall of Fame induction class. Born in Montreal in 1948, his hockey journey began at the iconic Quebec Pee Wee Tournament. He transitioned from coaching and a job in sales to become a player agent, a career he enjoyed for 20 years. In that time, he represented superstar players like Patrick Roy and Mike Bossy as they broke into the NHL. In 1994, he moved into hockey management and was appointed general manager of the Quebec Nordiques and finished first in the Eastern Conference in his first season as GM. In 1995, the Nordiques moved to Colorado and the Avalanche were born, arriving with a roster full of promise with the likes of Foote, GM. In 1995, the Nordiques moved to Colorado and the Avalanche were born, arriving with a roster full of promise with the likes of Foote, Forsberg, and Sakic. And in 1996, the Avs won their first ever Stanley Cup, and he was named NHL Executive of the Year. He left the Avalanche in 2013 after a remarkable tenure that included 12 division titles, 2 conference championships, 2 President's Trophies, and 2 Stanley Cups. He was also instrumental in the growth of hockey throughout Denver. Inducted into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame in 2008, and now into the Hockey Hall of Fame in the Builders category. Represented by his wife Coco, Pierre Lacroix. Born in Edmonton, he began his coaching career in minor hockey and was hired to the Western Hockey League's Kamloops Blazers in 1984 and led them to 4 straight division titles, 2 league championships, and 2 Memorial Cup appearances. A 2-time WHL Coach of the Year and CHL Coach of the Year. In 1990, he got the call to join the NHL, becoming an assistant coach with the Philadelphia Flyers. By 1995, he had his first head coaching job in the NHL with the Dallas Stars and led them to their first ever Stanley Cup championship in 1999. His career also included head coaching jobs in Philadelphia, Columbus, Edmonton, and St. Louis, where he won the 2012 Jack Adams Award as Coach of the Year. He's the 4th winningest coach in NHL history with 849 wins over 22 seasons. Internationally, he was just as impressive. An integral part of several Canadian national team coaching staffs, he won 3 Olympic gold medals, along with a World Junior Championship and a silver medal at the World Championship. In 2019, he was named a recipient of the Order of Hockey in Canada. And this year, he's an inductee to the Hockey Hall of Fame in the Builder category. Please welcome Ken Hitchcock. A native of Rouyn-Noranda, Quebec, he was a junior hockey sensation with the Granby Bisons of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. After his first 2 seasons with the Bisons, he had put up 269 points and was the winner of the Michael Bossy Trophy as the best professional prospect in the league. At the 1987 NHL Draft, the Buffalo Sabres selected him first overall, and in just his 2nd NHL season, he led the Sabres in scoring. By his third year, he notched 106 points and made the first of his 4 NHL All-Star Game appearances. His career spanned 19 seasons with 6 teams, including the Montreal Canadiens, whom he captained through the closing of the legendary Forum. He played 1,094 games, scored 515 goals, and had 1,327 points. An inductee to the Hockey Hall of Fame in the player category. Please welcome Pierre Turgeon. She began playing hockey at the age of 9 in Montreal and enjoyed early success, winning gold medals at both the National Women's Under-18 tournament in 1997 and the SO Women's Hockey Nationals in 1999 and 2002. After joining the Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs in 2002, she went on to become a top 10 all-time scorer in the NCAA with 229 career points. A 4-time Clarkson Cup champion in the Canadian Women's Hockey League, she was the first player in the league's history to reach the 300-point plateau. Marking her debut with the senior Canadian Women's National Team in 1998, she's the only player to play in at least 4 Olympic Winter Games and win gold in all of them. She's appeared in 12 IIHF Women's World Championships, where she won 6 gold medals and 6 silver medals. She's a member of the Triple Gold Club as one of only 3 women to win the Clarkson Cup, an Olympic gold medal, and a IIHF Women's World Championship gold medal. In 2019, she was named to the Order of Canada and received an honorary doctorate from Concordia University. This year, she was inducted into the IIHF Hockey Hall of Fame and is now an inductee to the Hockey Hall of Fame in the player category. Please welcome Caroline Ouellette. Born in Calgary, Alberta, and the youngest of 4 boys, being the goaltender growing... Born in Calgary, Alberta, and the youngest of 4 boys, being the goaltender growing up was anything but a choice. In junior, he played for the Calgary Wranglers of the Western Hockey League, where he was named goaltender of the year and most valuable player in both the 1981-82 and 82-83 seasons. Drafted in 1981 by his hometown Calgary Flames in the 3rd round, it took a few seasons before he would truly find his spot with the team. But by the 1987-88 season, his 39 wins were second best in the league. The following season, he led the league in wins, was second in goals against average, and second in Vezina Trophy voting. He would go on to win the Stanley Cup and play the second in goals against average, and second in Vezina Trophy voting. He would go on to win the Stanley Cup and play 11 seasons with the Calgary Flames before being traded to the Detroit Red Wings in 1994. After leading his new team to the NHL final in his first season, just 2 years later, he made his mark in Detroit, winning the Stanley Cup, Detroit's first in 42 years, and taking home the Conn Smythe Trophy as playoff MVP. His 19-year career also included stops in San Jose and Florida before returning to Calgary, where he retired, a winner of 385 regular season games and holding virtually every goaltending record for the franchise at the time. Please welcome Hockey Hall of Fame inductee in the player category, virtually every goaltending record for the franchise at the time. Please welcome Hockey Hall of Fame inductee in the player category, Mike Vernon. Beginning his goaltending journey at the age of 5, he was widely regarded as the most promising goaltender in his draft class. He went 5th overall to the Buffalo Sabres in the 85 draft, remarkably making the jump straight from high school to the NHL. He continued his success entering his rookie season at just 19 years of age and winning both the Calder Trophy as the NHL's Rookie of the Year and the Vezina Trophy as the NHL's top goaltender. To date, he remains the youngest goaltender to win either award at just 19. and is one of just 4 players to win the Calder and Vezina in the same season. In the 89-90 season, he was traded to Pittsburgh, where he continued success. He cemented himself as the Penguins starter on route-to-route back-to-back state Stanley Cups in 1991 and 1992, and became the first American goaltender to reach the 300-win mark. Known for his puck-playing ability, he set the all-time record for goaltender assists with 48. After stops in Ottawa, Carolina, Toronto, and St. Louis, he retired from the NHL with 369 wins to his name. Please welcome Hall of Fame Players Category inductee, Tom Barrasso. Taking to the ice for the first time alongside twin brother Joel on their kindergarten playground, both discovered their love for hockey at a very young age. At age 8, Joel nominated his twin brother to be the goalie for their minor hockey team. In 2000, he was drafted in the 7th round by the New York Rangers and made his Swedish professional hockey debut with his childhood team Frölunda. His dominance of the Swedish league continued throughout the early 2000s, winning the Golden Puck for Swedish Player of the Year and Golden Helmet for Swedish League MVP before making the leap to North America in 2005. He made his NHL debut with the Rangers in the 05-06 season and quickly set a Rangers rookie franchise record with 30 wins. His consistency and stellar play earned him the iconic nickname King Henry. Nominated for the Vezina Trophy 5 times and winning the award in 2011-2012, he was also nominated for the Hart Trophy and Ted Lindsay Award that same year. He's experienced success on the world stage too, capturing Olympic gold in 2006 and a silver medal in 2014. He backstopped the Swedes to a gold medal at the World Hockey Championship in 2017 and was named to the IIHF All-Sweden team in 2020. He ended his career as the Rangers' franchise leader in wins and shutouts, and his number 30 was raised to the Madison Square Garden rafters in 2022. Please welcome Hockey Hall of Fame inductee in the Players category, Henrik Lundqvist. There's the 2023 Hockey Hall of Fame induction class. We now ask that Calgary Flames captain Michael Backlund and John Tavares, captain of your Toronto Maple Leafs, join the 2023 induction class at center ice for tonight's ceremonial puck drop. Fans, one more time, the newest members of the Hockey Hall of Fame, the 2023 induction class.
The opening face-off is next. Joe Bone and Jimmy Rouse standing by. This is Wolves of Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamond.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius.
Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamond.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio.
Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. No, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91.
And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join in that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league has talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Points with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
1050, everywhere you want it.
Hall of Fame weekend and a bevy of former stars paraded out to center ice. David Keon, good to see him, 83 years young. Out at center ice along with Daryl Sittler. This is the anniversary, too, unfortunately, of Boreas Salming's last trip to center ice at a Toronto venue, whether it would be the Gardens or here. Sad footnote to all of that, but Hall of Fame weekend is always a very special time, and boy, pretty good class. First time ever 3 members of the fraternity are ushered out at the same ceremony, and that's got to make you feel good being a former professional goalkeeper yourself.
I never really thought of it from my standpoint.
Well, no one ever phoned you to come out at this point. But
I think the great thing about Hall of Fames and everything else is we all have our favorites. We all have those that we think, hey, this person should be recognized. Yep. It's great to see the guys that have gone in. Certainly Lundqvist, Barrasso, Vernon have got the history, and then you say, a guy named Curtis Joseph is 7th all-time in wings.
Maybe he should be in
Slide it in there.
Well, we're ready to go. The official at center ice is Kevin Pollock, and he drops the puck between John Tavares and Michael Backlund, and we are underway. The Leafs have the puck back in their own zone. Giordano got it ahead to Bertuzzi. He dropped it back. McCabe getting it ahead. Right wing feed. Bertuzzi in. 2-on-1 break. In on goal. Oh, and a good save made by Vladar as that was kicked into the corner. He had an opportunity to go to Tavares, but decided to make the shot. And a good save by the Calgary goalkeeper to start the game. Puck in the center ice area now, brought on by Nylander. Nylander in across the line, dropping for Bertuzzi. Backhand try, goes over top of the goal. Matthews unable to settle it down back of the net. And the Flames get it down to the Toronto zone, where it's quickly cleared back out by Mitch Marner. Flames will backhand it again into the Toronto end. Brody sending it around on the boards for Matthew Nyes. Nyes couldn't get it by the pinching defenseman Rasmus Andersson. Now pushed ahead, and Marner finds open ice for Riley, and Riley carries in on the right wing, a pass into the slot, and Marner couldn't redirect it at the net, as in fact it went wide. Nyes gets it back to the blue line. Riley's shot is blocked. He's knocked down on the play, but is able to intercept a pass that would have sprung Jonathan Huberdeau. But now here are the Flames getting it in over the line, and unable to get a shot away was Mangiapane, and the puck is back at the Toronto goal. Nyes works down low, now tries to carry out. Gloved it, kicked it, punched it, finally got his stick on it, and launches it down into the offensive end. Flames get it back out at center, and Nick Robertson with a bank pass that goes all the way down on goal as Yarncrook got tied up there, and Nick Robertson with a bank pass that goes all the way down on goal as Yarncrook got tied up there in the center ice area. He comes back to come up with the puck, but a pass there by Benoit didn't quite reach its intended receiver, and Robertson has it again, regrouping. And offside at the blue line is called.
We got a penalty here too?
I don't see anybody coming over here. Oh, maybe we do. And it's going to be A.J. Greer going to the penalty box.
Yeah, it's going to be a holding call. So the Leafs, 2 minutes and 13 seconds into this game, will go to their first power play.
Going to the penalty box.
Yeah, it's going to be a holding call. So the Leafs, 2 minutes and 13 seconds into this game, will go to their first power play.
Brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer to get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Calgary Flames penalty kill has been sensational. Third best in the league.
Here's a pass back to the point and a shot. And Vladar got the blocking glove in front of that.
Well, I was hoping that would find the back of the net. Just as you're talking about the great penalty kill, but they've only given up 4.
Vladar is 2-1-0. Jacob Markstrom has played the majority of the games, but he's not dressed tonight, as Dustin Wolf is the backup. Now here's Tavares with a shot. Oh, and he wired that just wide of the far post, and it is caromed all the way to center ice. Leafs regrouping back in their own zone. Matthews starts back out. He's got Nylander with him, and Matthews carries to the red line, runs into traffic, played it in over the line. Nylander caught through, in on goal, and scores! A broken play, but Willie Nylander goes backhand to forehand, cuts a Zari was able to lift it over top of the Leaf netminder, and it is tied at a goal.
And for the young Calgary Flame, who scored actually in his first NHL game earlier this year, has tied the game for the Canucks, and Calgary really is not.
And it's the Leafs' fourth line on the ice again.
And yet, this isn't really about guys being out of position. This was the Leaf goal.
On the ice again.
And yet, this isn't really about guys being out of position. This was the Leaf goaltending continuing to have its struggles, especially in this building.
Now here's Nyes getting it out into neutral ice. Carried on by Lagesson, who played it to the far boards. That's intercepted, and then a lead pass trying to spring A.J. Greer goes down into the Toronto zone. Nyes to the loose puck, dropping it back for Matthews. Matthews a long left wing feed off the stick of Benoit down into Calgary territory. Flames play it around to an open wing, and unable to get there in time to keep it in as he was coming off the bench was Jake McKay.
And Connor Zary scored his first NHL goal 3 games ago in Dallas against the Stars.
Christopher Tanev takes it back of the Calgary net. We played 8 minutes into the first period, and it is 1-0 or a 1-1 tie here between the two teams as the Flames get to the Leaf blue line but turn it over. Here's Robertson back in on the right side, dropping it back for Domi. Domi got it in front of the net, the backhand scores! Yarncrook on a pretty three-way passing play started by Nick Robertson, and the primary assist to Max Domi.
This is essentially a 3-on-4 for the Leafs coming over on the right wing side. Robertson, the little drop for Max Domi, and then Domi hesitates just enough in the high slot to get Yarncroc to bust through the defense towards the net, and Max Domi puts it right onto the tape of Yarncroc, and he just chips a backhand, glove side, on Vladar, just over the left pad, under the glove, and the Leafs have regained their 1-goal lead, 2-1 Toronto. And for Yarncroc, he now has a 5-game point streak.
So the secondary scoring has certainly crept down into the third line. And Yarncroc is providing most of it. That's his 4th goal of the season. Back to the blue line, it comes to the point. Lagesson kept it in for Domi. Domi into the corner for Bertuzzi. Middle of a line change here for the Leafs. Bertuzzi protects the puck well, got it into the corner for Nylander, who mishandled it, and it is pushed out at center ice by the Flames. Center ice by the Flames. Leafs are going to airmail it right back down into the zone. Well, I'm sure a lot of the discussion over the last few days is, can the Leafs manage to keep this a low-scoring game at the one end of the building? Well, we've already had 3 goals scored, and we're not halfway through the first period. Nylander back behind the net for Brody. Brody punches it along for Riley, who chipped it, and it goes off the boards and over the glass and out of play. So Nylander from Matthews and Riley, Zary from Kadri, and then Yarncroc from Domi and Robertson. It's 2-1 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Coco Radio is now Conan O'Brien Radio. Yep, we've upgraded from channel 106 to 104 because, let's face it, I couldn't stay at 106 forever. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television. Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, now on Sirius XM, channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke,
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Morgan Riley picks
Sirius XM 91.
7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Morgan Riley picking up his 350th career assist on the opening goal, which pushed him ahead of Tim Horton at 349. He's got Thomas Carberlay at 437 and Boria Salming at 620 to chase as far as the Leafs are concerned. But a wonderful career Morgan Riley has had here with the Maple Leafs.
I think he's been solid this year.
I mean,
too. And it kind of gets lost in the overall team defense, and pucks that have been finding their way into the back of the net. And for Joseph Wall, not a great season. Pucks that have been finding their way into the back of the net. And for Joseph Wall, not a great start.
Around the boards it goes to Nylander. Long rink-wide pass finds Tavares. He'll ring the boards down into the offensive end. Bertuzzi playing it back at the net. Tavares shielding it nicely, works into the near corner, still has it, and then had it picked away. And it's brought to center ice now by Backlund and in across the line. A drop pass in on goal, and it was deflected wide, and now the Leafs countering. Nylander was in behind the defense, but it was picked off by Christopher Tanev before it reached him, or he was away to the races. Willie is so good at that. Exploding out of his own end, or he was away to the races. Willie is so good at that. Exploding out of his own end, knowing that he's got a chance at a breakaway. And subsequently, when you're playing center, you're not able to do that. But playing wing on the offside, which he did, he is excellent. Shot into the Calgary zone. 9:27 to play in the period. Tipped out into the center ice area. Diving play. Oh, TJ Brody makes a brilliant defensive emergency move to dive where he had a 2-0 going on Wall.
Well, they tried to keep it in at the Calgary line, got enough of it to slow it down, and then had to turn and dive or the Flames would have been off in an odd-man rush.
Cleared to the line. Lagesson launches it high into the offensive end. And the Flames will regroup with Kadri, dropping it back. Pass up on the wing from the defense, and it's off a stick and offside at the Toronto blue line. 8 minutes, 48 seconds to play here in period number 1. The Leafs 2, the Flames 1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, Toronto sports fans. Heading to a game this season? The Bentwood at the Second City is the perfect spot for a pregame drink and bite. Why not join us for a burger and pint? Or tacos and a pint? Or spaghetti and meatballs and a pint? You get it. Located at 1 York, steps away from the big game. With on-site parking, over a dozen screens, and a fast, fun menu, we're the perfect destination before or after the game. Visit BentwoodToronto.com.
A blue diamond sold for $4 million a carat.
A pink diamond sold for $5 million a carat.
Spence has these colors.
And in the fancy shapes.
The square princess cut.
The opulent oval cut.
The teardrop pear shape.
The elegant emerald cut in pink, yellow, and blue.
in pink, yellow, and blue.
These colorful crated diamonds were magically made in a plasma chamber.
Diamond prices will never be lower than they are right now.
Spence, located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Do you know a young Raptors fan who makes a difference? We want to celebrate them. Until November 19th, nominate them, and they could win an Air Canada fan flight experience for themselves and 3 guests, including tickets to a Toronto Raptors game in Houston, round-trip plane tickets, hotel accommodation, meet and greet with special guests, cool swag gifts, and more. Go to aircanada.com/AC fan flight to nominate a young fan today for the Air Canada fan flight.
Dave Keon presenting a jersey to one of our armed forces representatives here tonight. And, of course, a reminder that tomorrow is Remembrance Day. And wear your poppy proudly and take a moment at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning to remember those who have paid with their lives the ultimate sacrifice. And our continued armed forces representation here in Toronto. Centering pass by Domi was cut off, but it comes back to Giordano. He'll bank it in around back of the net for Yarncrook. Yarncrook after the loose puck, cycles it back for Domi. Domi to the blue line, cross ice Giordano. Shot coming, but no one there to redirect, and an easy save made by Vladar. Kept in at the point, and another shot deflects high and wide. Leafs onto the one on the near side. And unable to contain it there was Robertson as it comes back to the Leaf blue line. Giordano swinging it around the boards. Got some help there from McKay, but it's going to go around the wall and all the way down the ice for an icing call and coming back. If you're the coaching staff of the Toronto Maple Leafs, you're probably sitting there and going, you know, this would be a nice score. End of game, this would be a nice score. We could talk about some positive things that need to be talked about positively.
We managed the game well. Our structure was good.
Good, everything's fine.
But why don't we get it over with in the first 4 minutes?
And the chances of it happening are probably not good. Off the boards, a shot blocked by the Leafs. Robertson is able to carry it out at center, and he'll chip it in. Off the boards, a shot blocked by the Leafs. Robertson is able to carry it out at center, and he'll chip it in and then peel to the bench for a change. The Leafs 2, the Calgary Flames 1. Brought out at center by Mackenzie Weegar. Flames flip it in. Former Flame TJ Brody sends it around on the wall, but Mangiapane a shot. Good pad save made there by Wall. Puck still in the Leaf zone. Back to the blue line. Anderson to the far point. A shot rolls in on goal. Wall had a good eye on that one. It was redirected and literally slowed up, allowing him to get a glove on it and hold it for a face-off.
Well, you know, you often hear people talking about what...
It was redirected and literally slowed up, allowing him to get a glove on it and hold it for a face-off.
Well, you know, you often hear people talking about what markets are tough on goalies. Philadelphia's got a reputation, the Montreal Canadiens, and I would say Toronto's a pretty difficult market to play in as well. And the games that are difficult are the home games. You don't mind getting booed on the road, it'd be disliked, but it's when it happens on home, and we don't have to go much further than Patrick Roy's exit from Montreal.
Ooh.
I mean, after all he'd done,
that was the most famous exit.
Yeah.
However, yes, walking by the president of the club, informing him,
I'm done.
I'm done. I'm not going to work for this man. The president of the club informing him,
I'm done.
I'm done. I'm not going to work for this man anymore.
I wish I could have beat them to the punch.
Pass to the far wing, gobbled up here by Reeves, and he's going to get the puck out at center ice. Reeves bodied his man. The puck played into the zone then by the Leafs' Yarncrook, and it's around on the far side, and out come the Flames to center. Played up on the right wing boards. A good hit there by Benoit. Reeves in along the wall trying to help out. Now the puck pinned to the boards. Benoit got it out, and here's Nyes trying to break in, but he was taken off the puck by Zadorov. Boards, Benoit got it out, and here's Nyes trying to break in, but he was taken off the puck by Zadorov. Bouncing puck to the Leaf blue line. Played up on the left wing for Matthew Nyes. Nyes across the line, looking for Marner. Had it knocked away, and then Austin Matthews couldn't come up with the loose puck. And the Flames will play it back into Toronto territory. Jake McCabe back into the lineup for the Maple Leafs. All 6 defensemen are left-handed shots. Only the Florida Panthers currently have a defense core, or at least are using a defense core, that are all left-handed shots. Leafs at the blue line, and Matthews couldn't secure the puck enough to get it in deep. Now intercepted by Giordano. He'll roll it back down into Flames territory. Speaking of former Flames, 5:40 to play in the period. 2-1 Toronto. Shot back into the Leaf end. Wall out of the goal. Quickly played it on to Riley. Played out at center ice, but unable to trap it there was Domi. Robertson does, and is able to redirect it down into the Flames end of the rink. Stumbling in the corner was Christopher Tanev, and there wasn't a Leaf within 150 feet of him. Oopsies.
It's almost like he got his skate blade on the boards.
Yeah.
In the corner to the right of his goaltender.
Well, he's on his skates now, and he sends it down into the Leaf end. Around on the wall, it's going to come to the left wing side. Bertuzzi looks for Nylander and finds him. Nylander back to Bertuzzi in the corner. Back to the point it comes. Shot coming, and it's blocked. And out at center ice it comes. That forces the Leafs back into the defensive posture as it's brought in now by Mangiapane across the line. Flipped into the corner by Huberdeau. Huberdeau benched the other night in the third period, didn't get off the pine. Mangiapane coming out on the backhand, had it taken away from him, and Nylander will skate it out at center, needs to get to the red line and does, and flips it into Calgary territory. Flames back of the net, Nikita Zadorov got it up on the left wing side. 4:20 left to play in the period. Launched down into the Toronto end. Riley slows it up along the boards. Puck comes free to the side of the net. Shot right on, stopped there by Wall. Another pass in front. And piece of stick went sailing. And now here's Marner at the other end of the rink. Pulls the brakes on in the corner. Looked for a man in front, and it rolled off his stick. And out come the Flames again. In over the line is Zari. Going to the net with a backhand. Good play made there by the Leafs. Or was it? Apparently not. Brody's going to get a penalty.
And this, to me, is a tough call to take because Brody actually let go of his stick before there was any kind of, in my estimation, any kind of infraction involved. I don't know how you can hook a guy by dropping your stick, but the Calgary Flames will go to their first power play of the night.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
With the Colts and Patriots playing 5,000 miles away in Frankfurt, Germany, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to not only help you win, but also to teach you the local language. Fantasy Football.
Fantasy Fußball.
Belichick in Lederhosen.
Belichick tragt Lederhosen.
Set your lineups by 9:30 a.m. in the East.
Stellen Sie Ihre Aufstellungen bis 39 Uhr ein.
On Fantasy Sports Radio or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Hören Sie nicht auf, Sirius XM 87 Fantasy Sports Radio und die Sirius XM App zu hören.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio.
Brian Burke.
Live on NHL Network Radio.
Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Everywhere you want it.
Flames in the power play, ranked 23rd in the league currently. The Leafs penalty kill, 29th. Flames win the draw. Anderson at the point. Left wing side. Got it back again from Zari. Holds. Back to Zari on the left wing side. Working into the corner. Plays it back to the net. Trying to work around Ruzicka. Trying to come out of the corner. That was tipped back along the boards. Giordano has it in his skates. Dug free for Lindholm and back to the blue line. Anderson. Zari on the left wing shooting. Rang it off the goal post. Wall down. Scramble on. And he's got it underneath him.
Well, there was some traffic in front. Joseph Wall did not react to the shot until he heard it. And it clanked off the post behind him. Wall a little bit slow to get up. But the Leafs very fortunate that the rebound went off the post. A little bit slow to get up. But the Leafs very fortunate that the rebound went off the post and I believe hit Wall in the back. And the Leafs defense did a pretty good job of trying to corral the loose puck in the blue paint and slip it back under their goaltender.
Nylander's goal that opened the scoring increases his point streak to 14 games to start the season.
And Calgary's power play 23rd overall, 4 for 16 in the 4 coming into this one.
Of those 14 games, he now has 19 points. Draw won by the Maple Leafs, hammered but not hard enough by Benoit to clear. Flames keep it in on the near boards. Lindholm down into the corner, off a stick into the far corner. Benoit, Flames keep it in on the near boards. Lindholm down into the corner, off a stick into the far corner. Benoit in there, pinning it up against the wall. Can't get a stick on it to make a clearing effort. And it comes back to the point, kept alive by Rasmus Andersson. Now on the right wing side. Lindholm with a shot, rebound, in front, stopped by Wall. And then, wait a minute here. Yarncrook rolled the puck back into Wall, who was covering it up. The Flames then somehow jammed it in afterwards, but I think the whistle went.
I don't know if there's any question. Nazem Kadri is being taken right to the penalty box. And we'll see if a Leaf goes with him. It looks like we've got. Is this Legason?
Yeah.
Going for the Leafs? All right, so they're both going to take penalties, but
the slash was Kadri knocking the puck into the goal after Wall had covered it up.
Wow. I mean, at least still get fortunate. I don't know, Joe, if Wall ever does really have it. I mean, to be honest, watching the replay, I think this goal should have counted.
Well, let's wait and see if the officials are going to be asked to review it. And right now, the referee, Chris Lee, is over at the Calgary bench.
I mean, that's the reason that Legason went after Nazem Kadri, was Kadri had poked the puck into the net. So this is all about when the whistle went.
Ryan Huska.
Yeah, or when. In the official's mind, the play was dead. But I'll tell you, I mean, Joseph Wall did not have control of the puck. And I think if you saw it in real time, this goal should count. This should be a 2-2 game. But there is still a long discussion over in the Calgary bench. And obviously the Flames have already seen the replay on this.
Nope, and so they're going to face it off.
Why, would you not agree?
Yeah, absolutely. But we're both wrong.
Not necessarily.
We are now. They dropped the puck.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. All right. Draw won by the Maple Leafs. McCabe back of the goal. Banks it off the near boards, well out of the reach of David Camp. And it's down into the Flame zone, so the Leafs are still a man short with coincident minor penalties. Pass into the slot area. Broken up there by Giordano, but he didn't clear it. Kept alive at the blue line. Weegar to the far side, gets it back into the slot. Weegar off onto the left wing side looking for a man in front of the net. He's got Backlund right in front of the goal. Weegar once more. Left wing side, a shot deflected by Wall wide of the net. Rebound comes around the boards with 14 seconds left in the penalty. Onto the left wing side. Huberdeau trying to get a shot away. It's blocked. And now Marner breaks. And Giordano trying to catch up to him. Marner in across the line. Still with it. Marner works to the... Marner in across the line. Still with it. Marner works to the far side. Back in for Matthews. Oh, and he just failed to connect. Giordano left the rush as a long shoot-in now is swallowed up by Wall and held for a face-off in the Toronto end. The penalty expires.
Well, you know what they say, when that check engine light comes on, pull over. Yeah, that's what it looked like with Giordano, didn't it? It was like, I don't know if I got enough juice to get back.
All the way back. This turns over. Yeah. I'm not in a good spot. And besides, there's this guy Matthews coming off the bench. Flames win the face-off. Shot blockered away by Wall. Spun around as it goes into the corner. Chip to the side. It comes back to the point. Tanev with another shot that goes off a stick wide. Shots favor Toronto 9-8. And the score favors the Leafs 2-1. Nyes doesn't get it out. Tanev a shot. That's blocked, and it popped up into the air. And Wall followed that right into his glove. And will hold it for a face-off in the Toronto zone.
You mentioned how it can be tougher to play at home, although Ilya Samsonov last season for the Leafs was much better on home ice than on the road. But Joseph Wall, short career in the early goings of his career. At home, Joe, 3-5, 893 save percentage, 341 goals against average. On the road, he is 10-1. Goals against average under 2, 939 save percentage.
That's something. Here the Leafs to center. Bertuzzi got it in over the line. Tavares unable to get it by Lindholm. The puck out at center before Bertuzzi restores it and sends it right back down into the zone. 52 seconds left in the period. The Leafs hoping to take a lead into the intermission. Flames get it down and around the boards to the near side. Huberdeau back to the point. Long shot, blocked away. A big rebound, but it's right out onto the stick of Bertuzzi. But he is surrounded in the neutral zone and couldn't get it into the Flames end. Now the Flames back the other way. Mangiapane dropping it back. Backlund shot on goal, stopped by Wall. And McCabe flattens Backlund. And that's drawn everybody into face wash efforts. Bertuzzi's got someone with his glove into his helmet.
Well, the referee right there is pointing. I don't know whether he's got one player on this or they're going to throw two out in the scrum. Jake McCabe, I think, is going to the box for the Leafs. And I'm not sure if somebody's coming with him. Would it be Backlund?
Kevin Pollock is making the assessment. Looks like two of them are coming, or are they? No, looked like initially that Pospisil was...
Number 22, Toronto, 2 minutes roughing.
All right, so pick one out of the scrum. And I mean, this is a shove. It's a push to the chest to Huberdeau, who fell. Well, there's the line. We should see about 86 more penalties before this is over.
For sure.
This is a tough call. I mean, I realize you don't want scrums to escalate, but a push as opposed to a slash, cross-check, punch.
Well, the penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on sales. And the Leafs win the draw and send it out and down the ice. Anderson back of the net. A dozen seconds left in the period as he crosses the blue line. Got it up ahead, brought to the line and in then by Zari. And the Leafs intercept that, send it down the ice, and that'll do it for the end of the period. So Nylander and Järnkrok score for the Maple Leafs. Zari for Calgary. And it is a 2-1 Toronto lead to take to the intermission.
By the time Willie Nylander made it 1-0 at the 3:01 mark of the period, the Leafs were out shooting the Flames 6-1. So Calgary came back and, at least on the shots on goal side of things, started to take control. We mentioned it's even though they come in on their first 2-game winning streak of the season. Talking to people that are around the Calgary Flames, they said it started the game before in Dallas. It was a loss, but you started to see the improvement, and you could see in the first period the improvement of the Calgary Flames.
So a 2-1 Toronto lead after 40 minutes. Jim Taddy along with Frankie Corrado coming along with our first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now. Slamming you out. Slamming you out. Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BD is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Canadian Leafs hockey is on. TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Here's Robertson back in on the right side, dropping it back for Domi. Domi got it in front of the net, the backhand scores! Yarncrook on a pretty three-way passing play started by Nick Robertson, and the primary assist to Max Domi.
2-1 for the Leafs at that point. That's where we stand after 20 minutes. 2-1 Leafs over Calgary. TSN after 20. Brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer. Get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Yes, Guy. I know you parked your Subaru right next to a Porsche today, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a Subaru, but, the Crosstrek's a nice car.
It is a nice car.
Yeah, Jim Taddy, Frankie Corrado with you. So what did Frankie see?
Well, speaking of the Crosstrek, Jimmy, a gritty car, a versatile car, but a car that competes in any weather. And you know what? Sometimes you see plays on the ice with players who work hard and compete, and they get rewarded for it. And we could talk about all the X's and O's and the structure, and that stuff is not going to matter if you don't outwork your opponent and outcompete your opponent. And the Leafs get 2 goals that period because exactly that. William Nylander, it was a slow-developing play, but he moved his feet. He beats one check, he beats another check, and he beats the goaltender, and he gets a goal to show for it. And Calle Jarnkrok, last time I checked, Elias Lindholm, pretty good defensive centerman. Calle Jarnkrok blows right by him, gets to the front of the net, scores a goal. So there's 2 examples where the Leafs players are working hard and out-competing Calgary Flames players, and they have 2 goals to show for it.
Yeah, so the 3 goals in this game happened 5 minutes and 17 seconds apart. 3:01, Nylander scores in the power play. 7:02, Zari scores for Calgary. I know you weren't a fan of that.
I wasn't a fan of that goal. There's a number of things that happened there, and we've been talking about it for a little while now, and we're actually spending too much oxygen talking about the fourth line here because there's so many great players on this team that we should be talking about. But the fact of the matter remains, it's another fourth line goal against, and there's a few things that happen. First of all, Noah Gregor does a good job to have speed down the wing, but then he makes a pass to the middle of the ice with no postal code, and it gets turned over, and Calgary's going the wrong way. As it's going the wrong way, David Kampf doesn't pick up the right player on the rush, so that leads to some confusion. Joseph Wall doesn't make a save on a soft shot. Now the puck's in the back of your net. So just like we talked about in the pregame, Jimmy, when I said you can't compound mistakes, there's an example of the fourth line compounding mistakes, and it ends up in the back of your net.
So when it was 2-1 for the Leafs, actually when it was 1-0, it could have actually been as much as 3-0. That Calgary goal takes a little air out, but there are other numerous plays where, the Calgary, I think, got ripped for a goal.
It also could be 2-2. Just like you said, it could have been 3-0 or 3-1 for Toronto. There was a number of chances early in the game, and that's very encouraging for the Leafs that they got off to a great start because starts haven't been their friend, especially in this building. They were down 4-1 to the Tampa Bay Lightning not so long ago. They found a way to come back and win that game 6-5. The starts are important. The Leafs get off to a good start tonight. But yes, the Nazem Kadri penalty, that might be a reputation call because that puck was loose. He pokes at it. It's a quick whistle. It goes into the back of the net. But how about the response, Jimmy? Did you like the response? Yes. Notice anything there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone jumped in. Yeah. William Lagesson, Benoit. Lagesson's the one that gets the roughing penalty, but there was no hesitation. They're right in there. Throw a couple punches. Just let them know, you're not poking at our goalie. Doesn't matter if the puck's loose. And I'll take that coincidental minor penalty any day of the week. And I was actually wondering, why is the referee calling Kadri for a slash and Lagesson for a rough? If anything, you still have to call the original. If you think the original is a slash, just call that, and the Leafs probably should have been up a man at that point. The refereeing, the officiating, let's just say it's Louis Domingue right now, Jimmy.
Oh.
Not the best.
Oh, Guy. I want to say that I like watching Lagesson. He adds that snot, sandpaper, whatever. He has that, and McCabe tonight has brought that to the table, too.
You know what Lagesson has just been for me? Steady and simple, and that's all you want. He's a bigger guy. Yep. He makes a good outlet pass, and he keeps his game fairly simple, and it's effective, and it's efficient. You don't need anything more than that from a guy in the third pairing. So give him a lot of credit because he's come up from the American Hockey League, and he's kind of shown now that he can be a guy that can play in the top six when need be. And he's the first guy you're going to go to when everyone's healthy at some point down the road. And McCabe's presence, you can see it tonight. Moving the puck out of his zone, moving the puck in the neutral zone. You can see there's a little bit of that physicality in front of the net. it's not easy to come back and jump on a moving train. And what I mean by that is if you're hurt, you miss some time, the game around you speeds up. Sometimes it takes you a little while to get your feet and your brain working the way it was. But it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, and the blue line surely missed him, and he looks good tonight.
He does. He's got like zero tolerance for anybody in his way. Just gets them out of there.
That's kind of like you. I think he took a page out of your book there.
I think he's watched me in the pizza line.
That's right. That's right. Well, actually, you trained our new guy Andrew here how to.
Was it seamless?
It was seamless. Yeah, we're going to have to talk to our guy Luca about his procedures here.
Luca needs some work. There's no question about that. What else caught your eye?
Well, I think it wasn't an overly busy period for Joseph Woll. I know he gets 12 shots that period from the Calgary Flames. Like we talked about, though, it was a lot of perimeter stuff. There wasn't a ton where you're thinking he needs to make a primetime save in the slot, in the inner slot. So give the Leafs credit because they did a good job of keeping things to the outside and making sure you want it to be like a drill in practice for the goaltenders where they know what lane it's coming from, there's no side-to-side movement, and they can just square up and make that save. I thought that's what Joseph Woll was able to do in that period. A lot of shots from distance. But I like the response from the Leafs. I think there's been a lot of talk here going back to that Boston game where Liljegren gets hurt on the play by Brad Marchand. It's like, where's the response from this team? We've seen the response a few times now. We saw it against Tampa Bay where they came back and they showed offensively they can overcome certain challenges and win a game. Now we see some adversity. Last game against the Ottawa Senators, not a great game from the team from top to bottom, start to finish. And here tonight they get off to a good start. They have a 2-1 lead after one period. And you can see it's like they're a little more buttoned up defensively. There's a little more compete, and that's the main thing. The compete level gets you 2 goals, and now you have a 2-1 lead.
Well said. Leafs lead at 2-1 over the Calgary Flames after 20 minutes of play. Nylander his 8th, Yarncroke his 4th, and we'll come back and have the out-of-town scoreboard next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation, ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ed and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibes. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Let's get jerseys. Let's get jerseys.
Right now, become a Tangerine client with a savings account, and you could get a free Raptors jersey.
We want jerseys.
Finally, a savings account worth cheering for.
Jerseys. Jerseys.
Find out how to score a jersey at tangerine.ca/Raptors. Tangerine. That's forward banking. Available to new clients who open and fund an eligible account while supplies last. Conditions apply.
A blue diamond sold for $4 million a carat.
A pink diamond sold for $5 million a carat.
Spence has these colors.
And in the fancy shapes.
The square princess cut.
The opulent oval cut.
The teardrop pear shape.
The elegant emerald cut in pink, yellow, and blue.
In pink, yellow, and blue.
These colorful created diamonds were magically made in a plasma chamber.
Diamond prices will never be lower than they are right now.
Spence, located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a nacho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add a large quattro pizza with 4 toppings combined for only $15.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
2-for-1 pizza, 2-for-1.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Brien, President and CEO of Reliance Home Comfort. Did you know that over 1.3 million homeowners call on Reliance for their water heater needs? That's because they know that if they have a problem, we'll take their call 24/7 and offer service as soon as the same day. Plus, they never have to worry about repairs. They're included. Switch to Reliance today and enjoy no monthly rental payments for your first 6 months with no upfront installation costs for all of your hot water needs.
Call on Reliance. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota, and check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have in the second period. Wild and the Sabres tied at 1 early in the second period. Panthers 2-1 over the Canes in the second period. About midway through, Capitals 3-0 over the Devils. And we have later on Flyers in Anaheim, Sharks in Vegas against the Golden Knights. In our game, it's 2-1 Leafs over the Flames after 20 minutes of play. I know what you're saying. Guy, the second period is next. You are correct. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
This has got to scare a lot of people if the AFC were to have to go through Baltimore.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
I think you begin to run out of superlatives when you try and describe what C.J. Stroud has done.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence. We're a really close team and winning fun, too.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps and there's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Listen anywhere. Stream us on iHeartRadio, the TSN app, or on Apple CarPlay. TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
Joe Vaughn along with Jim Ralph back here at Scotiabank Arena. The Leafs carry a 2-1 lead into the second period. Nylander from Matthews and Riley on the power play to open the scoring as Nylander increases his point streak to 14 games. Zeri from Kadri at 7:02. And then Yarncrook from Domi and Robertson at 8:18. Nick Robertson, 3 games, 3 points. And Max Domi looks so much more comfortable playing center ice than he did playing on the ring. And it's noticeable.
Yeah, and it's only 7 assists on the season. I say only, he hasn't scored yet. But some of those assists, Joe, have been spectacular. I mean, they're not the gimme secondary assists. And we can go back to the game in Tampa where he had 2 extraordinary assists on a couple of Matthew Nye's goals.
So the Leafs will start the second period, 1:34, a man short as the team's at center ice and the puck is dropped. And the Leafs won the face-off, but they didn't do it fairly, so they're going to have to put more time back on the clock and try it all over again. And now the puck is dropped and we're underway.
That's where you wish they'd come to the bench with a microphone and explain what was unfair about it.
Yeah, exactly. Man, we could change the game into an 8-hour event. Puck down into the Toronto zone, pushed up on the wing. The Leafs are going to break it out. Marner is at center with David Camp got a shot away, and it was blocked before it reached the net. Marner unable to come up with it. And here is Kadri back the other way. Nazem Kadri, a great pass over on the far side. It bounced over Lindholm's stick. Kept alive by Kadri at the far point. Back in along the boards. Lindholm had it stripped away nicely by Marner. Marner's going to carry in over the line and just send it to the net. Bouncing puck that Yarncrook almost got to. But now the Leafs get the forward compliment exchanged on the penalty kill with 41 seconds left in it. Tanev back in his own zone. Got it up on the right wing side. Blocked. Now the Leafs countering. Here's Nylander in on the wing. A shot. Scores! Willie's got a shorty, and the Leafs have a 3-1 lead.
That is the first shorthanded goal of the season for the Leafs, as Noah Hannafin coughed the puck up at center. Tried to chip it past Nylander, and Nylander takes off. Noah Gregor went to the far post on a 2-on-1. But Nylander does the right thing. If you can get it to the net from a good spot, don't risk the pass. And have an odd man rush the other way while you're a man short, and Nylander just snaps this blocker side. Second of the game, and the Leafs are up 3-1.
Ninth of the season for Nylander. And as you mentioned, the first shorthanded goal of the season for the Maple Leafs. And that is the third shorthanded goal against for the Calgary Flames. And the Leafs with a 2-goal lead. Back to the point it comes to Mackenzie Weegar, who can't keep it in. McCabe's back onto the ice as the puck goes into the Calgary bench area. And a face-off coming in the center ice area as the Maple Leafs open up a 2-goal lead on a shorthanded goal from William Nylander. Wonder if he took the subway today.
Take a limo home now. By the way, you just mentioned McCabe. Jake McCabe's back in the lineup. Another McCabe.
Yes.
He's up here in the press box. Now with the
one of our favorites.
He's been with the Florida Panthers for a number of years in the front office. Brian McCabe.
Greer gets it down into the Toronto zone along the wall. Brody trying to get it freed up. Reeves stepped into his man as the puck comes back to the point. Long shot blocked. There's a big rebound in front of the goal, and the Leafs are going to get to it, and it's going to be brought to center ice by Gregor. Gregor barging in on the right side, and he one-handed it to the side of the goal. Looks for a man in front, still with it. Played it down into the corner for Camp. Camp trying to punch it along the wall, got it around back of the net. And on the far side, the Flames will get it out and down the ice, and an icing call coming against Calgary, which will change things up with a face-off coming back in the Flame zone.
Calgary Flames ended up missing the playoffs last year. In fact, 9 of the last 14 they have missed. That included a 5-year stretch between 2010 and the start of the 2010-11 season to the 2013-14 season.
And their general manager is now played around the boards to the line and out. Domi goes back to restore and gets a return pass on the near wing and chips it out at center and now races after it, but he's not going to be able to catch up to it as it's played to center ice by the Flames. Now Domi on the left wing flips it in for Robertson. Robertson tried to slide it in. Backdoor play there for Yarncrook, who was cutting across in front of the net, but it was intercepted and the Flames get it back to center ice. Now they have to wait for teammates to get on side. Robertson got it freed up. Yarncrook in on the right side. Little toe drag move. Goes around back of the net. Stops. Double team, triple team back of the goal. Nowhere to go with it. And the Flames get it up on the wing. Kept alive by Tavares, though. Tavares, left wing side. Morgan Riley. Riley in the corner. Sharp angle shot. And Vladar almost had that going off his neck. Riley. Back of the goal for Nylander in front of the goal. They score! Tavares set up by Willie. He's got 2 and a helper, and it is 4-1 Toronto.
William Nylander is simply owning this game. Shorthanded goal to make it 3-1 earlier in the period, and now as he's being taken down behind the Calgary net, finds a way to slip it out to John Tavares, who's unguarded just outside the top of the crease. And Tavares simply steps into it and snaps it short side over the blocker of Vladar, and the Leafs are up now 4-1 here in the second.
And that ends a bit of a drought for John Tavares, who picks up his 6th goal of the season. And now here's a chance for the Flames, and a shot by Tanev is blocked away nicely by Wall. Played down into the zone. 4-game streak that Tavares had not scored in. But he now has 6 goals and 15 points on the season.
Well, he did pick up a couple of assists against Ottawa a couple of nights ago. He got off to the red-hot start. Anyway, Austin Matthews is looking for his first point of the night. He's got a 4-game point streak going. We mentioned that Kelly Yarncroc has extended his point streak.
Hanifin shot, blockered away nicely by Wall. Another opportunity for Hanifin, didn't work. Then when he did, he rolled it in on goal, and Wall had to be cautious with that. And the Leafs are now going to play it out at center ice. Brought back in over the line by Huberdeau. He drops it into the slot. Long shot. That didn't make it through. Another shot. Scores! A bullet from the left wing side by Zadorov. And here we go again with a high-scoring affair. It's now 4-2.
Well, it does come on a screen, and it is a blast. Morgan Riley was in front of Joseph Wall, but it's from rather long distance. Left wing boards. And, I mean, it's the perfect shot. There is the screen as Morgan Riley just took his step. And actually, you know what, Joe? This might have glanced off the hip of Riley and changed directions just enough. But unfortunately, from a Leaf standpoint, there's been too many of these.
No, exactly. Not clean cut,
but rather simple goals against.
Yep. Down into the corner in the Leaf zone. Lagesson took his man to the boards. It's pushed up on the wall. And a comfortable 4-1 lead is now 4-2.
And you know what Calgary's thinking? Hey, these guys give up a lot. Let's keep throwing it at the net.
Played down into the Flames' end.
Of course, Calgary's going to much have to stop the bleeding at their own end, too.
Giordano with a puck back in his own zone. McCabe gives it back to him. A veteran flipping it ahead. Reeves couldn't handle the pass. And now here are the Flames coming back the other way. Blake Coleman in across the line. Dropping it off now for Backlund. He sends it to the far side. Punched around by Rasmus Anderson, but cut off and played by the Maple Leafs off the stick to center. And Robertson will race after it, but not get to it in time. Back at center ice, McCabe playing it to the Calgary blue line. 5:33, the time of the goal. Zadorov from Mangiapane and Huberdeau. So Huberdeau will be happy to gain a point. What has happened to his career since coming to Calgary after being such a dominant force offensively while in Florida? Here's Yarncroc to center. Sends a long shoot in that goes wide of the goal. Robertson corrals on the far board, sends it around back of the Calgary net. Flames can't get there. The Leafs do. Tavares to Nylander. Nylander left wing side. Riley, and a shot just glances off the side of the goal. Riley with it again at the left point. Playing it high into the corner now for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi trying to get it in front. Couldn't. Flames come away with it and look to make a pass out at center, and it bounces into the Leaf zone, but Riley gets it ahead, and Tavares and trying to hook up with Nylander, had the pass intercepted, shot right back down by Zari down into the Toronto zone. Bertuzzi ties up his man. Puck comes free. Sharon Govich got it around the boards. No one there. Tavares is just going to airmail it on a backhand back down into Calgary territory to allow a change of players for the Maple Leafs. And an offside. Oh, I think that was offside personally, but it's just shot in.
Bertuzzi looked like he was sliding into second.
Yeah, here's a wrap around, and I would be very surprised if the Leafs score a goal here before it's cleared to the line and now out. Now, boy, that looked like it was offside too. Here the Flames back in over the line now. Zeri into the corner. Slides it down into the near corner. Down goes Mangiapane, and a collision there with Giordano. And the Leafs, McCabe gets it out at center ice. Bouncing puck. Matthews. Oh, and as he was sprawling and falling, he was able to get the shot to the net, but it went just wide. Around back of the net it goes. Good hit by Marner, but the puck comes back out at center. Flames to the line and in. Long shot deflects wide of the net. It's going to be smothered by goaltender Joseph Wall and held for a face-off. So Mangiapane and Huberdeau with the assists. Riley gets an additional assist on the Tavares goal. The Maple Leafs with a 4-2 lead here in the second period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get ready for the most talked about originals when you add stars to a Crave subscription. This November, new episodes of Godfather of Harlem.
This is our last shot.
Courtney Cox, Greg Kinnear, and Mira Sorvino in a new season of Shining Vale.
No escape.
Stars also has action-packed hits, Playing with Gerard Butler.
This is an emergency.
And Oscar winner Denzel Washington is the equalizer.
Oh, yeah.
Get Stars as an add-on at crave.ca.
When my knees were hurting, I was that guy who told everyone about it. I talked to my colleagues. Hi, everyone. My knees hurt. To my dog. My knees hurt. But really, I should have been talking to my doctor about Cingal, the only treatment that combines fast-acting and long-lasting relief from osteoarthritis knee pain in a single injection. To find a clinic, visit cingal.ca. CINGAL.ca. Stop going on about your knee pain. Instead, talk to your doctor about Cingal. Cingal may not be appropriate for everyone. If you have questions about this product, talk to your doctor.
I have a business diploma. I started my own company. I'm 41 years old. I like to think I can tell a good joke. I love my 2 children. And because of COVID and the economy, we have no home. Don't let homelessness assumptions get in the way of homelessness solutions. Go to CanadaCanDoIt.ca. Help the Canadian Alliance to end homelessness. Thanks.
Ten minutes and 52 seconds remain in the second period. The Leafs with a 4-2 lead over the Calgary Flames. And you have lots of talk about Jonathan Huberdeau, but Riley was in Florida. Him and Barkov just had an enormous chemistry together.
I think what makes it more difficult is he didn't want to leave. Trade was made. Matthew Tkachuk was not going to stay in Calgary. So forced Brad Treliving to make a trade, and you're seeing from a Calgary standpoint, getting Jonathan Huberdeau was pretty good
Great
return.
deal. Yeah.
And Mackenzie Weegar as well.
Draw one and a shot blocked. The Leafs break it out at center. Marner trying to chip it ahead, and he failed just to connect there with Nyes, who gets it back to Riley now. Riley with a shot in traffic, and Vladar is able to catch that and stop play, and his mask coming ajar a little bit. Hey, how about the Argos? Tomorrow they host the Montreal Alouettes in the Eastern Conference Final. They're packing BMO Field. It should be a great afternoon. Be able to come down here a little early and watch the game and cheer on the Scullers.
You must have connections.
I do.
Tickets?
I do. Well, no, I'm not going to the game. I'm going to come down
wouldn't you?
here. Well, I have to work. We have a game tomorrow. Well, just saying. Although the streetcar runs right over there.
You and Willie can come in together.
Okay, we'll take the better way. Here are the Leafs in over the line. Trying to backhand it was Riley, and it was stopped on the short side. Cleared to the line. Riley is able to keep it in. If you're going to go early, though, because the Royal Winter Fair is on as well, so parking's going to be at a premium, so that streetcar might be a good idea. Brought to the line and in offside, this time says the linesman, as Pospisil was trying to straddle or hang on to that part of the blue paint on the line and failed to do so.
I know this is Hall of Fame weekend, but I think if you're Sheldon Keefe, you would say, I wouldn't mind playing the most boring 30 minutes to finish this game out. 10:06 to go in the second period. And the Leafs need a boring one. Remember the game in Washington? They took the 3-goal lead in the third period. It was a terrible period, the third. But when you've got the 3-goal lead, that's exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes on the road.
Flames starting a 3-game Eastern Canada road trip with stops in Ottawa and Montreal yet to come. In Vancouver, who are one of the surprises of the National Hockey League, are in here tomorrow night. Their equipment and everything is in the building. So the equipment lads have got some work to do to get the Flames out and the Canucks in. And time for tomorrow. Played down into the Flame zone. Tanev around back of the net, cut off there. Here's a centering pass, and it was knocked away as Bertuzzi tried to find Nylander in front of the net. Tavares back of the goal. Tavares got it in front. Nylander knocks the mask right off of the head of Dan Vladar. Willie had the 3 written all over that one, didn't he? Boy, he got a lot on that.
And Vladar was just happy when he picked his mask up that his head wasn't still in it, because Nylander got a lot on this.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The seasons are changing.
All the leaves are brown.
But there's always time for fun. In the sun, the Beach Boys transport you to summer with the return of their limited edition channel. Good vibrations. The Beach Boys channel. Now for a limited time, exclusively on the Sirius XM app. Just search Beach Boys.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Truly, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph, Owen Hall, Andrew Dover running the operation here. Rookie, keeping an eye on things. Keep an eye on him, Ralphie. He's new to it. He's fairly new to this. Can't take his hands off the controls here for crying out loud. I don't know what's going on.
Emergency call-up.
Emergency call-up? Yeah. Oh. Fired down into the Toronto zone. Robertson playing it around back of the net. Lagesson lost his stick in the exchange back of the goal, able to regain it. Now the puck chopped along the boards near corner. Pospisil hoping it'll come free, had it in his skates, and then Robertson makes a good play but can't get it out over the line, and now the Leafs are able to take it back and swing it around the boards, and they find Domi at center ice. Domi up on the wing. Yarncrook couldn't get it into the zone for him. Zadorov will play it back, and now Mangiapane backhands in for Calgary. Into the near corner. Huberdeau lost the handle on it, played out at center. Robertson racing after it, spun around, couldn't come up with it. as Lindholm is back to recover and now sends it out and gets a return pass. Lindholm in with a shot. Pad save and a good one made there by Wall. Rebound backhanded high to center. Gregor across the line, and Camp couldn't help him out. Mangiapane counterattacks for the Calgary Flames. Played it in along the boards. McCabe punched it back, but not far enough to find Giordano. Flames with it again. Lindholm back to the blue line, and it's going to get past Rasmus Andersson out at center ice. He has to go back to recover. 8 minutes to play here in the second period. 4-2 Toronto. Centering pass went wide of the Leaf goal. Into the corner, Greer trying to come out with it. Played it back of the net. Dubé trying to work along the boards on the near side. Still with it. Drops it off for Greer. Greer with a shot high over top of the goal to the point. Kept in there by Anderson. Now a shot deflects in front of the goal, and it is 4-3. Wow, that changed direction in a big-time hurry in front of Wall, didn't it?
Yeah, it was Mackenzie Weegar let it go from the right point. And this is deflected just right in front of Joseph Wall. This is deflected past the Leaf goaltender. The Calgary Flames have scored twice to turn a 4-1 deficit into a one-goal game.
There was in the middle of a change between the Tavares line and the Leafs' fourth line.
It's A.J. Greer, yeah, that's going to get credit for this. So the fourth line of the Calgary Flames strike pay dirt here.
Again.
Yep.
Well, Ryan Reeves is really struggling. I mean, he's -2 again.
Yep.
And I mean, when you don't score at all, the only thing you're being asked is to just play even, right? And now it's -11 on the season without a point. Sent down the ice. No icing. Riley, back of the goal, flipped it into the corner. At the point, kept alive by Rasmus Andersson. Launched on the boards. Andersson sends it back of the net, cut off by Morgan Riley, and he's going to airmail it into the center ice area and force the Flames back into their own zone.
In fairness, the fourth line has only scored one goal. That was the first goal of the season. Noah Gregor scored against Montreal.
Play it along the boards. Leafs trying to punch it out with Tavares, and it ends up going over the glass and out of play. 6 minutes and 43 seconds left to play here in the second period, and it's a one-goal hockey game after the Leafs had opened up a 4-1 advantage.
And, with the goals against, I mean, like we said, you could say one might have glanced in off Morgan Riley. Another one was redirected right in front. Your hope is this is just a little blip during the season, that teams are throwing pucks to the net, everything's going in, that the law of averages are going to eventually work out. But man, we're getting up to 8 games where they could be giving up 4 more goals at home to start a season. And that's a little bigger sample size than maybe 2 or 3 games where you'd think it was a blip.
Played into the corner in the Toronto zone, up along the wall and launched to center ice by Marner. Nyes gives chase. Got down there with Rasmus Andersson up against the boards. Nyes trying to pry it free. Marner hoping for a loose puck, and it comes to him. Marner working back towards the blue line. Had it knocked down, and he knocked down, and then he tripped the Calgary player, and no call. Now the puck comes free in front. Lindholm in on goal, and that was knocked wide of the net as Lindholm then got filled in by Jake McCabe. Wow. What a turn of events that was. And how did Marner escape being penalized? Another close offside play that is down in the Toronto end and chipped on the boards by Domi to center ice. Fired right back in again. Marner caught out on a long shift here in the midst of a change. Puck around back of the net. And it is Giordano looking for a man up ice. And he's just going to launch it high to center and down into Calgary territory to allow his mates to get to the bench. Lead pass goes astray. Down into the corner it goes. Icing waved off. Maybe because Wall started out of the goal. Now here is the Flames getting it back to the point. Comes to the near side for Hanifin. Shot knocked wide of the lead goal. Flames onto it quickly. Zari getting along the near half boards. Drops it back. A pass deflects to the line. Hanifin is able to keep it in. Hanifin at the blue line lost it. Pushed ahead. Leafs Robertson didn't have much momentum going towards the Calgary end. In fact, was heading to the bench and now does. Looked like he might have had a breakaway had he had enough left in the tank. Tavares line over the boards. Nylander with him, who takes a high pass to the near wing. He's got a pair of goals on the evening. Nylander's pass deflects down into the Calgary end. Vladar playing it up on the boards, and out come the Flames to center. In across the line. Coleman into the corner. Upended there was the Flames forward, and Tavares comes out with the puck, but he can't hook up there with Bertuzzi. Brody skates to the far side to find Nylander, and he starts out. A pass ahead will find Tavares. Tavares with a little move, stops up at the half boards. Back to Willie, and a shot deflects off a stick harmlessly wide. Riley back of the net. Bertuzzi can't get it in front. Taken off the puck, but is able to restore it momentarily. Gets some assistance now from Matthews to Marner. Marner into the slot for Riley. Can't shoot it. Back to Brody. Brody to Matthews. Cross ice for Riley. Can't keep it in. Riley again. Sends it off the glass and into the zone. Marner comes late. Sends it across the goal crease. No one home. Marner gets it again in the far corner. Looking back towards the net. His shot was knocked down by Anderson. Then Matthews couldn't keep it in. Flames break at center. In across the line, Mangiapane, and that was deflected wide of the goal. Played into the corner by the Calgary forward. He gets it back into the slot, but is outfought for the puck by Nyes. Good play made by the rookie there. Nyes sends it down into the corner, but too far. Tanev will play it up on the wing, but it comes in front for Matthews. He got a good shot away, but it was slowed up on its way to the net and deflected wide. 2:28 left in the period. Leafs keep it in at the point. Benoit into the corner. Yarncrook knocked down on the play, and the Flames come out with it. Brought to center ice by Elias Lindholm and bounced in on goal and scooped into the corner by Joseph Wall. Leafs get it back out. Yarncrook looks up ice. Doesn't find anybody, just flips it in over the line. Flames will play it back out at center off a stick, forcing Benoit back deep in his own territory. Around on the boards to the near side. Now, Flames trying to play it around back of the goal. Benoit into the corner. Jammed in there by Ruzicka. Benoit plays to an open corner. And Robertson is going to get there for Toronto and quickly play it ahead for Domi. Back to Robertson. He'll flip it in over the line. He's peeling to the bench as well. Flames try to work it out. And it's deflecting down into the Toronto zone. Brody carries into the corner. Knocked off stride there by Zari. The puck goes free and Nylander breaks. Along with Bertuzzi. Nylander to Bertuzzi on left wing. Back into the slot for Morgan Riley. And that rolled off his stick. And Vladar had to make a pretty good save on a rather slow shot moving to the net. Now Zari trying to center in front. No one home. Less than a minute to go in the period. Nylander in across the line. Holds and just backhands it back of the goal. Vladar will play it away for Rasmus Andersson. He gets it ahead. Pospisil to center. Can't get in cleanly. Another close play on an offside. I don't know whether I'm not seeing them right. We've never had to have a replay or a review. But, boy, there have been about 3 or 4 that I thought were offside, not called. Now pass it from Marner. Trying to find his man in front of the goal and couldn't. Nyes was right there. Backhanded into the corner now for Matthews. Matthews for Marner, who is upended. Kept in at the blue line by Giordano. In front of backhand. Down. Loose puck to the side of the goal. Matthews back of the net. 4 seconds left in the period. Centered in front and off the crossbar at the buzzer. Domi sending it there.
I don't think this would have beat the clock. But at least a good shift to finish off the period after giving up a couple of quick goals for the Calgary Flames to get back into it. The Leafs had built a 4-1 lead, a little more pushing and shoving here. And Huberdeau and Giordano seemed to be chirping at each other. Obviously, they were not teammates with the Calgary Flames earlier. So I don't know what exactly. Is that Zadorov on the other side for the Calgary Flames? Yep. That is chirping a little bit. He's got a little bit of grit in his game. But the Leafs, who looked like they were sailing along,
turned it into a hockey game. Nylander and Tavares make it 4-1 before Zadorov and Greer score for Calgary. And after 40 minutes of play, the Leafs own a 1-goal lead. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado coming along with our second period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamond.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
And for access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91,
and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Kucherov, and he's been dancing tonight. He really has been. That goal that he scores shorthanded, he makes that whole play happen by himself. Yeah. That's what's so impressive about it.
It was a takeaway.
Right from his positioning in the neutral zone, right where he needs to be, picks that puck off, and then he's off to the races, and there's so much conviction in his game. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's so sure of himself, and even watching the play back right now, that's a shot from distance. Like that, he didn't work himself in tight to make that shot. Like, there's a lot of conviction on that. We always kind of knew the kind of shot that Willie had, but
he's playing with a level of confidence that we haven't seen.
Big time.
But what the point I was trying to make was, whatever happens, I think people are willing to accept it because this is a highly skilled player that is blossoming.
Yeah, for sure. And give him a lot of credit because he's doing it away from the...
Whatever happens, I think people are willing to accept it because this is a highly skilled player that is blossoming.
Yeah, for sure. And give him a lot of credit because he's doing it away from the puck. He's able to get the puck for himself, and he's able to do something when he has the puck. And we see the Tavares goal where, he gets the first one shorthanded off the rush in that period. And then the Tavares goal, he does a great job down low off the cycle, and he makes a nice pass, backhand pass to Tavares right in the slot area. So, listen, it's been really impressive for Nylander. He's been the best lead forward right from the drop of the pucks this season. And, Jimmy, I don't like to use too many of your lines here, but I'm going to take one here.
Oh, really, guy?
It's been a slow build for William Nylander, hasn't it, since that first contract was signed up until now?
It had an odd look back then.
It had an odd look back then.
Whatever he gets now is non-negotiable.
No, the negotiations are happening. Well, we don't know, but it's non-negotiable that this guy is going to make a lot of money, and he deserves it. I mean, he's playing great.
Bottom line is he's a star player. He's blossoming, and if he stays here, that's great. And if he doesn't, there's nothing you can do about it.
That's the reality. But listen, I would rather him play well and give this team a chance to win games because, we can talk about William Nylander and his play and what that means for contracts. But in the grand scheme of things, it's really all about the Leafs winning games. That's what needs to happen here. We know the defensive struggles this team has had. They've been coming to the forefront here in the latter parts of that second period. We saw a little bit of that, but ultimately, it's all about the Leafs winning games. And if Nylander playing well gives you a chance to win games, you'll take that as an organization, as players in the room. And sometimes you need game breakers like Nylander to get you a goal when it really matters. Well, he's got 2 tonight. He's got a big assist on John Tavares' goal, and that's a great thing for the Leafs.
Having said that, it's now 4-3 when it could have been, it was 4-1 and it could have been more. So what happened there?
Yeah, I think Ralphie made a really good point here during the broadcast where there's been some goals that have gone in now on Joseph Woll where you're thinking, okay, it may have missed or hit something and changed directions. It wasn't all his fault, but you're thinking, can you make one of those saves? Can one of those just kind of hit you, right? So you'd like to see a big save here, but, going into the last 20 minutes, the team's up 1 goal, and Calgary's only had 18 shots on net. There's still plenty of time for Joseph Woll to make that one critical save, that one save that really keeps this a 1-goal lead for the Leafs, and that's what we'll see from Joseph Woll. It's something we haven't seen from Ilya Samsonov this season, but Joseph Woll has a great opportunity to put his stamp on this game and make that critical save at the right time against a team like Calgary that's somewhat challenged offensively, Jimmy.
Well, and I was just going to say, and I have time to say it, when they're down 4-1, this is nothing new for Calgary.
No, this is a position they actually find themselves in quite often this season, but usually they don't have the offensive jump start to get themselves going. But to Calgary's credit, often this season, but usually they don't have the offensive jump start to get themselves going. But to Calgary's credit, they came back in the third period against the Nashville Predators, the last game they played. Hopefully they don't do it tonight against the Leafs.
All right, it's 4-3 for the Leafs over Calgary. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
At Maple Toyota, fun and work go hand in hand, and your success is the name of the game. Just ask the team of players that have been here since the beginning. In fact, you could say Maple Toyota has one of the longest standing rosters in the league. No surprise. Maple Toyota is an award-winning dealership and offers competitive pay, amazing training, and exciting career opportunities. No one sits on the bench. Everyone scores. Maple Toyota runs on all cylinders. Do you? If you'd like to join the Maple Toyota team, apply today at mapletoyota.com.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Brien, President and CEO of Reliance Home Comfort. Did you know that over 1.3 million homeowners call on Reliance for their water heater needs? That's right, 1.3 million. And with over 100,000 five-star online reviews and over 60 years of experience, you could say we're water heater experts. Switch to Reliance today and enjoy no monthly rental payments for your first 6 months with no upfront installation costs for all of your hot water needs.
Call on Reliance.
Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Which internet technology is way faster than cable?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Correct. Which internet technology is the most reliable?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Yes. Which internet service can you get for an amazing price?
Bell Pure Fiber Internet.
Get Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi. New or existing eligible Bell Mobility clients switch to Pure Fiber Internet starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/UCLA for more details and to check availability. Bell. Internet just got better.
It's hard to make time for everything on your to-do list, especially at this time of year. But blood and plasma donors are essential to helping meet patients' needs. We're asking you to add a donation to your to-do list.
Because our communities depend on it.
Because it's critical to my son's treatment.
Because you might need it in an emergency.
Make donating a life-saving habit. For patients and the people who love them, you'll make all the difference. Visit blood.ca to book a donation appointment at a Canadian Blood Services location near you.
What to watch in the third period?
It seems fairly obvious, Jimmy, but why don't we see a Leafs team that can hunker down defensively here and play very responsible and turn this third period into a low-event period, not a back-and-forth period, maybe get the next goal and put this game away, but let's not turn this period into a high-event period. Let's make it defensively sound and responsible.
You're looking for the system, and so are we. 4-3 for the Leafs over Calgary after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Whatever the weather, CMC Markets is here to help. Planning for a rainy day? Enjoy $0 commission on U.S. and Canadian share CFDs. Riding out the storm? Get ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
A blue diamond sold for $4 million a carat.
A pink diamond sold for $5 million a carat.
Spence has these colors.
And in the fancy shapes.
The square princess cut.
The opulent oval cut.
The teardrop pear shape.
The elegant emerald cut in pink, yellow, and blue.
In pink, yellow, and blue.
These colorful crated diamonds were magically made in a plasma chamber.
Diamond prices will never be lower than they are right now.
Spence, located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Canada's Drag Race is back. 11 new sun-kissed queens light up the main stage. And where there's sun, there's shade.
The drama.
One queen will conquer all.
Nothing's getting in between me and that crown.
This is something new.
All that country music.
A twist!
Oh, my God.
Canada's Drag Race. New season Thursday, November 16th. Only on Crave. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
You're the queen. You know what I mean.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro, all the way.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a mole shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more into your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. It's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Third period, Panthers 3-2 over the Canes. Third period, Capitals 3-0 over the Devils. After 40 minutes of play, Sabres 2-1 over the Wild. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Santa baby.
Bring on the merry and bring on the bright. Sing along with modern holiday hits on Holly, Channel 79. Or revisit Christmas Past with the nostalgic sound of holiday traditions on Channel 71. Christmas. Listen now through Christmas Day and enjoy dozens of unique holiday channels anytime you want in the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield.
shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Against the Calgary Flames. And the number 3 is probably the biggest concern that you have going into all of this, because as you have pointed out, Mr. Ralph, the number 4 is rather predominant in the Leafs' goals against statistical information on home ice at this point. But leading after 2 periods of play, the Maple Leafs are 4-0, and the Flames, trailing after 2, are 1-6. So those are important numbers as well. But we're underway. Puck goes down into the Toronto zone to start the period. And trying to punch it in front of the net was Blake Coleman, but it's played back into the corner. Now Coleman gets it out in front. Nylander intercepts. The shorthanded goal by Willie Nylander was his first shorthanded goal in the National Ice Hockey League.
Well, he is by far the best player on the ice, isn't he?
Oh, no question. Here are the Flames bringing it in over the line, dropping for Huberdeau. Got it back to the blue line, but it bounced over the defenseman's stick. It comes to center, and now the Leafs have it. And across the line is Marner! And he wristed a shot over top of the goal. Centering pass for Marner. Marner holds down low for Matthews, back in front, and the shot went over top of the net from a sharp angle and is caromed all the way to center ice. And I'm sure that the discussion in the Leaf dressing room was, lads, we have enough to win. Yeah, it'd be nice to get another or a couple, but we have enough to win.
They really haven't given up a whole lot. I mean, you've had some seeing eye shots, the deflection on point shots.
Benoit.
It's not like we're seeing the odd man rushes that we saw against Ottawa.
Long shot, blockered away by Wall. Puck in the slot area. Nylander is able to launch it out at center ice, and Noah Gregor gets in across the line with Camp. Played around back of the net. Gregor can't come up with it. It's played back out into the center ice area.
Willie Nylander out with Camp and Gregor.
Played down into the Flames end of the rink. Chipped along the boards. And it comes to the line. Brody gets there to play it high, but it's too high. It ends up in the screen. It comes to the line. Brody gets there to play it high, but it's too high. It ends up in the screen. And so a face-off is going to come outside the blue line, I believe, unless they say that went off. Oh, I guess they're saying it went off a Calgary player, because the face-off is in the circle to the left of Dan Vladar. Oh, there's the puck lying in the...
One area the Leafs have been outstanding in, Joe, is the face-off dot. 66% of the draws have been won by the Leafs.
Domi just won another, and a slot, it comes in a shot. That was blocked before it reached the goal, and the Flames get it out at center. And on the right wing side goes Greer, tries to center. Puck knocked away by Domi, but the net and the goaltender have been barged into on the puck knocked away by Domi, but the net and the goaltender have been barged into on the far side. And now we've got some pushing and shoving with McCabe in the middle of it, down in the corner.
Nothing more is going to come of this. 22-20, the Leafs slight edge and shots on goal.
They outshot the Flames 13-6 in the second period.
Yet give up 2 goals.
Give up 2
shots.
goals. Yep.
Like we said, I mean, I think there's been an improvement. Now, obviously, the Calgary Flames came in. They're not exactly the most dangerous offense in the National Hockey League. And their average is just 2.67 goals per game, which was 25th best in the NHL. The Leafs were 12th at 3.38.
And the Flames have got to be happy that their provincial rivals have had the headlines going most of the time out in Alberta, including a loss against San Jose.
I did watch it, though.
Did you?
Edmonton, I think you could say easily deserved better, but that might be the game where you played pretty well and lost before coming out of a losing streak.
Here the Leafs trying to come up with a loose puck, but it comes back to the blue line. Tanev with a ring into the corner and around back of the net. Centering pass knocked away by Riley. And Brody just bunts it off the boards out at center ice. Shot by Christopher Tanev back into the Leaf end. Round the boards, cut off there by Brody again. Played up on the wing for Nylander. Great pass on a backhand to find Tavares. And he wristed a shot from well out that went off the shoulder of Vladar up into the screen, out of play. Boy, what a great backhand pass Nylander made there.
Oh, yeah, he's got the video game controller working at full speed tonight. It was right before he got to the Leaf bench along the right wing boards. Just that little backhand, and there was a little bit of zip on that too, wasn't there?
I wonder if Willie's got easy pass, for the subway and stuff like that. You think? Or would he just pay for each individual trip that he did?
What's easy pass?
Well, it's you could get like a card, I think. Yeah. Pass off under the left wing and a shot by the Flames in front of the net, and they score on a scramble in front of the net. Coleman was there, but I think it's going to be Pospisil who finally bats at home, and here we go again. The Leafs have given up 4 on home ice.
And have now officially blown a 3-goal lead. Joseph Wall makes the first stop, but Joe, for some reason, ended up falling backwards, and as he was falling back, the puck slipped under him and into the net. There's traffic in front. Wall stopped the first one. The rebound came out. Leafs had numbers there, but it was the Flames that were able to get to the loose puck, and on their 20th shot on goal have scored their 4th of the night.
Zary with his second, Zadorov with his first, Pospisil with his second.
Pospisil scored his...
And Greer with his second.
Well, that's throughout the Calgary lineup, where 2 seemed to be the magic number.
Yeah, far side, long shot, deflects wide of the Leaf goal. And around back of the net, it's played on the near side, cut off, and a long shot wide of the Leaf net again. We are tied at 4s. Played to the line, but not out. Right back into the far corner it goes. Simon Benoit playing it off on the wing, but not out. Here the Flames with another shot that rang off the goalpost. And the Leafs are able to get it out now and find Domi on left wing. Domi trying to work his way around the defense, but couldn't. Flames regrouping in their own zone. Leafs 4, Flames 4. Delayed offside as Calgary's allowed to come to center and shoot it into the Leaf end. Nyes spins it back up ice now for Brody. Brody on the wing. Gregor couldn't get it in deep. Flames break it back at center. They'll launch it down into the Toronto end. Morgan Riley pumping it around the boards, but it goes off the glass up into the screen and out of play. The Leafs 4 and the Flames 4, and a 3-goal lead has evaporated.
Well, what about the one that hit the crossbar? I mean, that was from fairly well out above the top of the right wing circle that sailed past Joseph Wall, who just doesn't seem to be tracking them. We've always talked about how well he tracks the puck. But he's going through a stage where it seems like he can't find pucks through a screen or through traffic. Scrambles in front of the net.
Leafs get the puck out at center, but the Flames own it. Tanev got it back, and it's feathered in by Elias Lindholm. Now into the corner, fed up on the wing for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi gets it ahead, and here's Tavares along with Nylander. Tavares in on goal. Backhand. Another jam play. Goaltender Vladar is down, and it's knocked into the corner. Back to the point. Bertuzzi. Bring it off. The goaltender's lost his stick. Shot from a sharp angle ends up going up into the screen. Out of play.
Boy, Willie Nylander had the
goaltender's lost his stick. Shot from a sharp angle ends up going up into the screen. Out of play.
Boy, Willie Nylander had the best chance of anyone as the puck ended up on a stick, wide open net. And Nylander couldn't get it to go. But John Tavares decides, you know what, I got a lane to the net. I'm going to take it. Bedard was able to make the pad save, but he ended up on it. I'm going to take it. Bedard was able to make the pad save, but he ended up on his backside. But when Nylander got it on his stick, I think kind of fanned off. Yeah. Was it off the toe?
Off the toe, yeah, off the toe and wide.
Tanev was diving as well.
Willie looked skyward after missing that empty net. Down the boards, Marner comes away with the loose puck. Centers in front, and a quick shot by Nyes is deflected by Vladar up into the screen out of play.
Well, how the Leafs respond? Big deal was, man, a lot of people thought it might have been the turning point back on Monday when the Leafs were down 4-1 to the Tampa Bay Lightning in the first period, came back and won it. And now they're on the opposite end of that, having squandered a 4-1 lead here on home ice.
Here's Marner off a face-off win. Got it off to Giordano. His shot went wide. McCabe keeps it in on the backhand. Got it ahead for Matthews. Back to the point for Giordano. Giordano down in along the boards now for Marner. Marner working in the half wall. Got it in front. The shot by Matthews went wide. It comes back to Giordano. Giordano with it around the boards looking for Marner once more. Marner sidesteps a hit. Got it free. Back to the point it comes. Giordano once more. Sending it towards the front of the goal. Lots of traffic there, but it's the Flames who get control of the puck and launch it to center ice. Back come the Leafs with Matthews. Right wing side. A rising shot over top of the goal. Leafs trying to get off the ice before too many men were called. Lagesson got it ahead for Robertson, who got it deep. Flames have it there. The Leafs 4 and the Flames 4 here in the third. Pass intended for Robertson. Goes for an icing. And so it's coming all the way back into the Toronto zone as a result.
Got an opportunity to chat with Mike Vernon for a little bit. It was up here doing a TV interview with the Calgary Flames broadcast. Reminisced at a time where neither one of us wanted to play.
Really?
With the 82 Memorial Cup. We both got picked up by teams that had beat us out in the playoffs. It was a stupid rule that they had that ended the next year.
I don't believe that's
no,
it ended
the next year it ended.
But you can pick up another goalie. Yeah.
And he and I were really hoping we'd get caught out after curfew and not be allowed to play, but it never happened.
No, but you did go out after curfew.
Oh yeah. We just couldn't get caught.
Couldn't get caught.
Although I did say to Vernie when I saw him, I said I knew at that moment one of us would be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Really? You knew that early?
Yeah.
Well, you kind of thought you were.
One of us.
One of us.
And then it happened. So I'm really happy it's him.
4-4 tie. More stories from Ralphie when we return. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
With the Colts and Patriots playing 5,000 miles away in Frankfurt, Germany, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to not only help you win, but also to teach you the local language. Fantasy Football.
Fantasy Fußball.
Belichick in Lederhosen.
Belichick tragt Lederhosen.
Set your lineups by 9:30 a.m. in the East.
Stellen Sie Ihre Aufstellungen bis 39 Uhr ein.
On Fantasy Sports Radio or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Hören Sie nicht auf, Sirius XM 87 Fantasy Sports Radio und die Sirius XM App zu hören.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
the top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
A lot of stories about goaltenders. Well, this is the anniversary of Felix Potvin, showing everybody he knew how to fight. And the most surprised person, other than me, was Ron Hextall, who came down from the Philly Inn at the end of the game and got involved with Felix, and Felix filled him in.
Well, it was not a good night for the Union, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Not much solidarity that night at the Spectrum in Philadelphia.
Tanev at the point to the far side. A shot goes wide of the lead goal. Punched on the boards and now brought out by Tavares. Tavares weaves to the right wing side. Splits the defense in a goal. That was stopped. Nylander, or at least Bertuzzi, trying to find his man in front. Al Brody down the boards. Bertuzzi gets it back to the point. Riley swinging it around back of the net. Bertuzzi in the far corner couldn't settle it. Comes off the boards to Bertuzzi. Sharp angle shot and he fired it wide. Riley keeps it in. Bounced over Yarncrook's stick. And it's cleared to the line and out. Yarncrook out with David Camp. Yarncrook on the left wing. In with a shot. Pad save made by Vladar. Flames can't get it out. And now when they do, they deflect it right onto Morgan Riley's stick. Riley will regroup it. Poke to the line, but not out. Now Riley will carry off on the left wing, just flipping it into Flames territory. Played around back of the goal. Zadorov got it out at center, and here's Giordano launching a backhand right back in again. Here are the Flames. Lindholm getting it up on the left wing. Down into the corner, turned over by Toronto. Nyes tries to work his way free. Got it off the stick of Marner into Flames territory. Round back of the net, it got past Matthews. And the Flames get it out at center ice. Nyes takes it away there. Now Jake McCabe dropping it back for Benoit. To Marner to Matthews, left wing side. Sends a shot in off the glove of Vladar. No one there. Back into the slot, though, for Yarncrook. Yarncrook centers. Pad save and a good one made by Vladar. Sent around the boards far side. Lagesson sends it into the corner. Yarncrook trying to kick it free. Domi off the bench. Puck comes back to the point. Benoit shot in traffic. That didn't make it through. Domi around back of the goal. Looks in front, still with it. Now to Robertson. Robertson back to the point. Benoit returns the favor back of the goal, but Domi couldn't track it down. And it's cleared to center ice. Leafs bringing it right back in again. 12 seconds from the midpoint of the period. We're tied at fours on a goal scored by Pospisil from Coleman and Uyghur at 3:22. Icing call here against Calgary.
As we said, the Calgary Flames, quick fashion, had back-to-back games where rookies playing their first NHL game scored. Pospisil scored his first in Seattle in his first NHL game. So now has his second. One thing about this game, you do not get the feeling that either goaltender is unbeatable, do you?
No.
Both guys have shown some cracks in the armor.
Backlund gets it down into the Toronto end. Pospisil sends it around to the far corner. Nylander trying to drag it up the boards, had it knocked away. Coleman works down into the corner now. Pospisil getting it back to the blue line, but it's going to roll out at center. And Hanifin goes back to restore it for Calgary. 9:37 to play in the third. Game tied 4-4. Tomorrow night, we're right back with you. The Vancouver Canucks in town. Giordano got it ahead. Here's Bertuzzi is leveled with a hit. Nikita Zadorov stood him up and flattened him. Flames back in over the line. Nyes playing it out at center, too far for Gregor. That's the best hit we've seen in a while.
And it was clean.
Yes, it was. Up on the right side, Leafs get it in over the line. McCabe plays it on the backhand in and on the end boards. Camp dug it free. Puck back to the point now for Riley. Shot in traffic. Big rebound off of the goaltender. No one there to do any damage with it.
This time it's Nyes that is out with Camp and Gregor. So I don't think Ryan Reeves, Joe, has seen a shift here in the third period.
Played down into the corner and around the boards for Robertson. Coming out, back of the net it goes. Coming out is Marner, and he went top shelf, but he missed the net. Robertson with it again, trying to find Matthews. It doesn't work. And it's back out into the center ice area, and Riley is back to restore it. Got it ahead. Not sure this is in the middle of a shift or whether Robertson has been put up there with Matthews and Nyes or not, but he turns the puck over. Here are the Flames in with a shot, and Wall makes a good blocking arm save off the stick of Mangiapane. Shot down into the Flame zone. All three of those forwards have gone to the bench. Domi. Back of the goal now, far side Lagesson. Out at center for Yarncrook. Yarncrook couldn't get past his man. Zadorov played it out at center, and the Leafs come away with it with Domi finding Benoit, and he shoots it in. Down the boards far side. Flames come up with it. They'll go rink wide and play it out at center off the stick of Coleman into the Leaf end. Benoit, little touch pass. Domi was fortunate to get it by one forechecker. Carries in over the line. Finds Gregor, but his weak backhand is going to be pounced on by the Flames netminder and bring a face-off in Calgary territory when we return. The Leafs 4 and the Flames 4. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Cats have 9 lives. Now I am on my last life.
Crave is home to the latest hit movies like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, starring Antonio Banderas and Salma Hayek.
When you only have one life, that's what makes it special.
Don't miss the family adventure critics call spellbinding with exhilarating action. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Stream now, only on Crave. Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Meow.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Brien, President and CEO of Reliance Home Comfort. Did you know that over 1.3 million homeowners call on Reliance for their water heater needs? That's because they know that if they have a problem, we'll take their call 24/7 and offer service as soon as the same day. Plus, they never have to worry about repairs. They're included. Switch to Reliance today and enjoy no monthly rental payments for your first 6 months with no upfront installation costs. For all of your hot water needs.
Call on Reliance. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
This is an important message from Canadian Blood Services. Our national blood supply is at very low levels. Hospitals are conserving the use of certain blood types, but patient needs are outpacing donations. We need your help now to avoid negative impacts to patient care. If you are able, please donate blood today by booking an appointment at blood.ca or use the Give Blood app. You can make all the difference.
John Tavares, 10 points shy of 1,000 for his career after picking up a goal here tonight. But the Maple Leafs have squandered that lead that Tavares provided when it was 4-1 at that juncture. And it is a 4-4 tie here with 6 minutes and 59 seconds left in the third period.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? You have 3 goalies being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame on Monday. So why wouldn't you have a game where there's 8 goals on 53 shots combined?
Draw to the left of Dan Vladar. And the Flames win the faceoff. Nylander in against the boards. Bertuzzi pokes it back at the net, but Hannafin has played it off a stick out at center ice. And it is Giordano getting back to find Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi carries to the line and in. Saucers it in for Tavares into the corner. That draws a crowd. Played by Tanev around back of the net. Poked back in then by McCabe. Back to the point. Nylander with a shot. And it's right into the chest of Vladar, who is able to smother and hold for a face-off coming in the Flames' end. After tomorrow night's game, the Leafs have just about a week off, but they'll spend a lot of it flying overseas, where they will play 2 games in Sweden.
They got some early games to broadcast.
Yes,
this week.
We'll be drinking early those nights. We'll be going home early those nights, Mr. Ralph.
Or just staying up.
Yeah,
the night before.
Yeah, could do that too. Backhanded by Matthews around into the corner. Nyes couldn't get it away from Rasmus Andersson. Matthews finds it, played it back at the net. Anderson is there again, but Marner cuts off his pass. Back to the point to Morgan Rielly. Return to Marner. Marner trying to find Nyes in front of the net. Nyes works back to the goal. Set it in front. Oh, and Matthews, what a chance he had. He was all alone, and he slid it wide of the net. Played out at center, and the Leafs turned it right back to the line. Marner is going to be offside. And so it'll be brought back.
I tell you, this is why you like Matthew Nyes with this line, isn't it? That big body, wins a lot of one-on-one battles, good puck retrieval, and we saw there where the Leafs had lost the puck. Nyes got it back, and it ends with Austin Matthews. Just as he went to shoot, I think it was Backlund that got a piece of his stick, and the puck flipped up and over top of the goal.
Held without a goal the other night, but he has been red hot. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
And 1050, everywhere you want it.
Michael Pinball Clemens in attendance here this evening. Here the Flames stealing the puck in the neutral zone, in across the line for Lindholm, and a shot was blocked and it comes out at center ice. 5.5 minutes to go, third period, game tied 4-4. Lindholm shoots it in. Pushed along the boards to Bertuzzi on the left wing. Got it ahead for Tavares with Nylander, who takes the drop pass, then had a roll off his stick, and the Flames counter and bring it through center ice. And across the line, trying to slip in there was Blake Coleman, but the Leafs come away with it. Off the boards to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi on the left wing now for Benoit. Benoit with a shot. Oh, a juicy rebound off the left pad of Vladar. Went right by Tyler Bertuzzi. Sometimes as a goaltender, you actually kick at it. Now here's Robertson in. Swallowed up. Down is Vladar. He didn't know where the puck was, but it's underneath him.
Boy, quick release by Robertson, but Vladar, Joe, right on the goal line. As both goaltenders are really seemed to be fighting it here. Vladars had more shot at him here in the third period. Max Domi got tripped up just coming over the Calgary line.
Yarncrook was right there. If that puck had resurfaced, it was trickling through his legs.
Wow.
But he had the presence of mind to reach back with his glove to make sure it didn't go much further. Draw one by Toronto. Riley down the left wing boards. Flips it towards the front of the net, but it's caught by the Calgary goalkeeper.
Shot number 34 on the night for the Leafs. They've only given up 22 shots. I think you got to take some positives in that. Of course, the negative is still giving up 4 goals on 22 shots.
Now the Flames organize in their own zone. Tanev gets to the red line, peppers it down into the Toronto end. Fed around the boards, it'll come to Tanev again, who sends it back into the corner. Back to the point it comes from Kadri. Round back of the net, cut off by the Maple Leafs. And now Riley has it under control back of his goal. Got it up on the wing, and a long lead pass comes to center. Riley carries in over the line. Launches it into the far corner before peeling to the bench. Under 4 minutes to play, third period. Tied at 4s. Flames start out. Tanev to the Leaf blue line. Flips in and then heads to the bench himself. Jake McCabe back to his defense partner. Giordano got it ahead at center. Cleared in then by Yarncrook. Out of the net. Vladar to play into the corner. It'll come up on the left wing from Mangiapane. On to Anderson. Anderson going wide. Anderson goes around back of the net. Centers in front of the goal. Mangiapane with a shot high over top of the goal. Leafs try to get it out. Noah Gregor couldn't do so, but now it's pushed ahead at center, and the Leafs camp will get it down into Calgary territory. Camp in against the boards. Bertuzzi trying to get after a loose puck, but couldn't reach it in time, and the Flames have sent it back into the Toronto zone. Quickly played back of the net. Brody off the boards to center. Bertuzzi was unable to make a play. It's back into the Toronto end with 2:50 to play in the period. Tavares had it off his stick, and then he was tripped. No call. Puck back in the Toronto end with Brody swinging it around on the boards. Bertuzzi working through neutral ice. He's got Willie open on the right. He gives it off to Tavares. Centering pass, and it went right through the blue paint. To Nylander, a shot. That didn't make it through, and he had Bertuzzi right on the doorstep. Long shoot in, goes high over top of the Leaf goal. Leafs bring it right back. Tavares up ahead for Nylander. Got in over the line. Close play on the offside. And then Willie rings it off the crossbar up into the screen.
Boy, that would have been reviewed because Yarncroc was trying to stretch to get back and negate the offside. And even though it was waved off, I think they would have taken a look at that. But another one rips off the iron. Flames have hit a goal post here in the third period as well. 2:13 to go. And Max Domi out to take the draw.
Draw to the left in the Calgary end. And they didn't do it correctly. They'll try again. And Domi wins the draw. Back to the point it goes. Benoit. He shot it purposely wide. Into the corner. It's poked out at center. And the Leafs have to go back. Max Domi may have got a hold of some Peter Zezel face-off video.
Kicking it?
Yes. He is. Gets the stick tied up and then uses his feet to win the draw. And he's done it a number of times here tonight. Back to the point, Riley. To Domi on the left wing boards. Cleared into the corner and fed around back of the net for Noah Hanifin. Flames get it out. And backhanded down into the Toronto end with 1.5 minutes to go in the regulation time. Played ahead for Marner. Can't get in over the line. Anderson scoops it back. Matthews took it away from him. Matthews circling back in the Toronto zone. Looks up ice and finds Morgan Riley. Left wing boards sent in around to the far side. Hannafin tries the other side, but Riley had evacuated and gone to the bench. Giordano has to go back into his own end. A minute left to go in the third. A pass by McCabe was blocked, and now fed around the boards by Giordano, and Nyes couldn't come up with it. Flames have it back at their own blue line. Calgary lost 6 in a row and have rattled off 2 wins in a row and are tied 4-4 here. Half a minute to go in the third. Shot down into the Toronto end. Pushed into the corner high that Giordano didn't see. Tavares outfights his man to get it out. 20 seconds left. Flames get it ahead for Huberdeau. Fed back into the Toronto end, but it's going to be an icing. So an important face-off with time remaining, 12.3 seconds, coming in the Calgary end of the rink.
Really, you got the feeling after Calgary tied it early in the third period, especially the last 5 minutes or so, Joe, you felt like they just wanted to get to overtime, right? Get the point. A lot of dump it in, dump it out. No chances, and they're 12.3 seconds away from picking up at least a single point.
And they win the face-off and punch it out at center. Sharon Govich got it down into the Toronto end. 4 seconds left. And time is going to run out with the puck in the far corner.
Well, I don't think we would have guessed when the Leafs went up 4-1 in the second period on John Tavares' goal at 4:45 that we would be saying this. We're going to overtime.
So the Leafs will go to overtime. Shots on goal 34-22 in favor of the Maple Leafs after regulation time. So only 4 shots for Calgary in the third period, 6 in the second. And the Leafs had a dozen in the third period.
You know what, to me, the most amazing thing is, and this streak will continue, the Leafs now, 14 games in the regular season, have just 3 regulation time wins, regardless of how this goes.
Yeah.
Half of their wins have been in overtime or shootout. Mitch Marner scored in a shootout against Montreal. They've had some overtime wins against the Tampa Bay Lightning. But, I mean, that's baffling, isn't it? If you would have said at the start of the year, 13 games in, you'll have 3 wins in regulation time.
Well, no matter how you do it, you do it. But, of course, that is a tiebreaker at the end of the season, depending on
regulation wins,
standings and everything else. So it is important. And the face-off will be at center ice, brought to you by Alpine Credits. Do you own your own home and need a loan? Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca. And the overtime brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it.
For the Calgary Flames, they've gone to extra time just once, and that was a shootout loss in Washington to the Capitals.
So the experiment of having Marner and Camp start up front has been scrapped.
Well, I remember part of it was, David Camp lost the draw.
Yeah, and then was out there.
I think that was in Boston.
Matthews this time wins the draw, and Brody will send it back to him. Matthews starts up the right wing, then gives the puck away. And a chance for Backlund, and now he holds on. Backlund to the right wing side. Flames trying to drive in front of the goal. Big save by the right leg of Wall after Matthews nonchalanted that back into his own hand. Now Marner in on the left wing side. Looks for Morgan Riley, who's off the bench. And it's going to be brought back out at center. The Leafs, another bad pass by Matthews. The Leafs were changing. Marner was going to the bench. Wow, maybe they should have started Camp. That was unlike Austin Matthews. Al Kadri coming to center for Calgary. Had it knocked away. Nylander gets it ahead. Yarncrook is going to play it back to Morgan Riley. Riley to Nylander.
It's the unit that ended the game against Tampa in overtime.
Here's Willie. 2 goals on the night. Weaves in over the line. Goes to the right wing side. Doesn't shoot it. Keeps it in the zone. Still with it. Looks to make a drop pass and does to Morgan Riley. Passing down low. Goaltender out of the goal to cover up on it. Face-off coming in the Calgary zone.
I remember it was Nylander to Riley to Yarncrook to win it in overtime Monday night. But you're right, the Matthews-Marner combination to start
they weren't on the same page at all.
Totally out of sync. Face off.
Well, let's see if second time is the charm. Matthews-Marner, McCabe out there now for Toronto. Marner almost stole the puck back of the goal. Flipped out, and now a 2-on-1 break going here. Hanifin in on the left wing with a pass in. Owen Wall makes a big save, and then held on long enough for a whistle.
It's a good thing he got the whistle because he threw that out. Looked like a curling rock when he tried to move it forward.
His best save, though, Jim.
Yeah, most important. This is a 2-on-1 break, and he has to move quickly from his right to his left to take that away from Elias Lindholm.
Face off to the left. Tavares has come out to take the face off. He's out there with Nylander and Brody. Tavares has come out to take the face off. He's out there with Nylander and Brody.
So this is the first shift in overtime for Tavares.
There's a bit of a discussion going on with Brody and Tavares. And Tavares won the draw cleanly. Brody circles back behind his goal and stops. Nylander fake getting the puck. The pass comes ahead. Tavares through center to the line. Gets in over the line. Stops up. Leafs make a change, and Morgan Riley is on the ice. Tavares back to the blue line. Had it knocked off his stick. Got to get on his horse. Hanifin trying to chase him down, but he gets it back to Nylander with Morgan Riley. Morgan Riley on his horse. Hanifin trying to chase him down, but he gets it back to Nylander with Morgan Riley. Morgan Riley in a goal. Oh, and he chipped it just wide of the net. Trying to play it back to Tavares and has, but it bounced over his stick. Tavares working down the boards, still with it. Tavares finds Nylander. Nylander back at the point, working on the left wing side now. Holds, still with it. Saucers it out at center ice, and the Leafs will change. Morgan Riley finds Max Domi. Domi across the line with Robertson. Robertson in! Oh, and he took a snapshot that just went wide. Brody back. Quickly played ahead, but Domi couldn't handle the pass. Played off the boards for Anderson. Anderson to the right wing side. Mikael Backlund in with a shot. Glove save made by Wall, and Wall will hold on.
34-25 the shots. And you can see maybe the difference in overtime for Joseph Wall. Take 4 guys off the ice. Get away from
see it a little more.
Yeah, get the scrambles and screens out of the game. Because you're right, he has 4 guys off the ice. Get away from
see it a little more.
Yeah, get the scrambles and screens out of the game. Because you're right, he's looked sharper in overtime than he did in the 60 previous minutes.
Face off in the circle to his left. Matthews, Marner, and Brody. And the draw won by Toronto. Marner goes back behind his goal. Matthews will swing in the far corner. Then goes around back of the net. Leaves it for Marner, who starts out. Marner up.
Couldn't get it, but Mangiapane ends up with a breakaway in alone on Joseph Wall and made a great move, but it was almost, Joe, as if he had too much speed to be able to pull up.
Wall got a piece of that with his pad, I think. Jimmy.
Maybe the butt end of his stick.
Yeah. Puck in the center ice area, 35 seconds left. Hanifin dropping it back for Huberdeau. Into the slot area, shot, pad save, and a good one made by the Leafs goaltender. But the Flames come away with the loose puck. Another pass in front and it deflected wide. And it's shot out and down the ice. 16 seconds left in OT. Joseph Wall has been absolutely brilliant in this overtime. 6 seconds as the Flames, Anderson to center. Anderson got through. Anderson centering. That ran off the stick of Brody, and Wall had to make a pretty good save off of his defenseman.
And that was after John Tavares got danced by Rasmus Anderson. Right wing side. Tavares, I think, thought he would be able to intercept it. And seconds later, it was TJ Brody almost put it into his own net. I think Brody knew the time was running down. And there's not a lot a defenseman can do when you've got the puck in your stick and you're nose to nose with your own goaltender. So he just tried to slide it back in. The Leafs, I think, puck possession-wise, were better than Calgary in overtime. But the Flames probably with the best outright chance.
Well, the Mangiapane, yes, absolutely. And Wall got either his pad or, as you mentioned, maybe the butt knob of the stick to deflect that, and then Mangiapane could not recover in order to tuck it around the goaltender. So we're going to a shootout. And the Leafs' last effort in the shootout didn't go quite the way they had hoped. That was in Boston when DeBrusk and Coyle both scored, and Nylander and Matthews were both stopped.
And of course, the very first game of the season that went to a shootout, Mitch Marner was the only player to score.
Willie Nylander is going to take the first shot. Well, he's had a hot hand, hasn't he? 2 goals tonight. Here he comes. Right-handed shot. Weaves to the left. Down the middle of the ice. Shot wide of the goal.
Nylander, we've seen go high glove quite often, but here he tries to go low blocker side. And snaps it just wide. Jonathan Huberdeau up first for the Flames.
He is a left-handed shot. Weaves to the left wing side. Will cut across into the slot area, and a shot and a pad save made by Joseph Wall. So the frustration for Huberdeau continues. Austin Matthews will shoot for Toronto. Another left-handed shooter. Weaves to the right wing side. Top of the circles, in on goal, and a shot and a pad save. Vladar kicked that right leg out and knocked it into the corner. So no one has scored, and we're 2 deep.
That was the scouting report, low blocker on Vladar.
Maybe. Sharon Govich here for the Flames. Slowly in over the line. Moves into the slot area, and a shot, scores. Sharon Govich will get it into the back of the net. And now Mitch Marner has to score to continue the shootout. Here he comes. Right-handed shot. Weaves to the left wing, cutting to the top of the circles, mishandles the puck, and then backhands it into the net. Let's just pretend that that was done on purpose.
Controller disconnected. Nope, we got it back.
And now here's Zeri. He can win the game for Calgary. Left wing side, left-handed shot to the circles, in with a shot, pad save, Joseph Wall. We continue here on Hall of Fame night.
And Nick Robertson's going to get his chance. Robertson does have an overtime winner, scored against Dallas last year in extra time.
Left-handed shooter, former Peterborough junior. And here he comes. He's going to go to the right wing side. Cut across on his forehand. Deeks and rolled off his stick, and it went harmlessly wide. Flames can win the game. And a familiar player, Nazem Kadri, can win the game for Calgary. Also a left-handed shooter. Weaves to the right wing side. Down the boards he comes. Cuts to the middle. In with a shot. Pad. Blockered out by Wall. We go 5 deep into the shootout. Wall stayed right with him, didn't he? Yeah. Max Domi now for Toronto. Left-handed shooter again. Weaves to the left wing side. Top of the circles. Cutting in on the wing. Scores! He hasn't got a goal in regulation time. He has a chance to have the winning goal in the shootout here if Joseph Wall can make a save.
Left-handed shot came right down the left wing side towards the net and fired it far side past the glove.
Dubé for Calgary. Left-handed shot way to the left wing side. Cuts to the middle. In on goal. Deeks stopped by Joseph Wall. The Leafs win it in a shootout. Max Domi's the hero. Joseph Wall shuts the door.
Yeah, I often say that the result of the skills competition, the shootout, can change your opinion of the previous 65 minutes.
Really? Did it change your mind?
Well, we're not talking about blowing a 3-goal lead.
No, not anymore. No.
I mean, I'm sure Jim Taddy will bring it up in the post-game show.
You know, he's an astute observer of the sport.
But, I mean, it's no different when the Leafs were down 2-0 in Boston, came back but lost in a shootout. So we weren't talking about what a great game and a great comeback against the Bruins because they lost that extra point. So everything shifts when it's got really nothing to do with team play. But the Leafs, good to get back into the win column again. 4 goals against makes you feel uneasy.
The narrative is still the same. They win, but they don't improve.
Yeah.
If that's possible, I suppose it is.
Yeah, I mean, to have to score 5 goals a night to win, especially on home ice, is totally baffling at this point. And especially tonight, you had a team, the Calgary Flames came in. Yes, they've been playing better. But even the game in Seattle, where I believe they had 6 goals, they had 2 empty netters in that game. So for Calgary, they've struggled to find their offense, but they did find it in Toronto, and they found it in the third period by putting a couple in.
And you take away the 60 minutes that Joseph Wall played where he looked uncomfortable at times, and you put that into the context of the 5-minute overtime where he was brilliant, and you couldn't ask for much more in the shootout. So his narrative switches a little bit because of the extra time as well.
Yeah, now you're not talking about you got to have a save on that one. Now, that cost you the game. This was a problem for them. Now you're saying, yes, God, he was great in the shootout. God, he was great when it came to the overtime. And it's something that you're saying, it's a good way to pick up a victory for Joe Wall. But the bottom line is they've still got some issues that they have to deal with. And yet, I don't know how many of the goals you looked at and said, that was a horrible breakdown.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we will be back with you tomorrow night. Same bat channel, same bat crew up here as we have the Leafs entertaining the red-hot Vancouver Canucks tomorrow night. So Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado standing by with the post-game show. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
This has got to scare a lot of people if the AFC were to have to go through Baltimore.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
I think you begin to run out of superlatives when you try and describe what C.J. Stroud has done.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence.
We're a really close team, and winning fun, too.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Dubé for Calgary. Left-handed shot, way to the left wing side. Cuts to the middle. In on goal. Deeks stopped by Joseph Woll. The Leafs win it in a shootout. Max Domi's the hero. Joseph Woll shuts the door.
Yes, Guy. 5-4. The Leafs win in a shootout over the Calgary Flames on Hall of Fame night. Welcome to Leafs Game Night, the post-game show live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Frank Corrado, and Jimmy Ralph to analyze Game 14 of the regular season. And I liked how Bonesy summed it up. It was a win, but I don't know that it does anything. What do you think of this game? It's kind of wacky, isn't it? It buys you time. It buys you 24 hours. And you accused me of doing this, so I'm going to do it. They blew a 4-1 lead.
I know.
Oh, here we
go.
Yeah, and we've talked about this many times where the result of the shootout sways your opinion on what happened in the 65 minutes. And it is funny because the game in Boston, where they played well, they came back from a 2-0 deficit, but we're not talking about the Boston game because they lost in a shootout.
Right.
No. We're not talking about
and there was other news in that game because of the Liljegren Marchand.
Yeah.
So if you win the game, I think you make a good point because you're talking about how their response led to the win. You know what I mean? It was like, we're going to beat them on the scoreboard, and that was their response. But in turn, it was, they didn't respond to Marchand.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that I find absolutely startling out of all the stats, I mean, the 4 goals in a game, that hasn't been done since the the Quebec Nordiques, I think the 82-83 season, that a team has started 8 straight home games of 4 goals against or more. But the one stat from a Leafs standpoint that just absolutely baffles me, and Joe and I touched on a little bit at the end of the broadcast, 14 games into the regular season, 3 regulation time wins.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, that blows my mind.
And the trouble on home ice.
For sure. If you would have said that you'd be mid-November and they'd have 3 regulation time wins, you'd be going, wow, how many injuries were there?
Well, the interesting thing is over the last 2 years, there was like major concern when they got to this point if it didn't straighten out. And I don't know that it straightens out tomorrow night, does it?
Well, I mean, you're going to have a more difficult test. And the thing is, I thought for the most part they were better defensively. Like when you look at the goals, wasn't necessarily huge breakdowns that led to them. You know, Zadorov off the left wing might have glanced off Morgan Riley and gone in. A scramble in front that gets through Joe Wall.
Yeah, the one the tip-in goal from, I believe it was A.J. Greer. That's one where you got to tie up. Like, that's just non-negotiable, Jimmy. Yeah. You got to tie up that stick, as you know.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think tonight provides a great opportunity for a player like Max Domi to have his moment, right?
Yep.
In Toronto, from Toronto, he gets an opportunity in the shootout to win this game. Sure enough, he does, and Joseph Wall makes a big save. Like, that's 2 guys there, and Joseph Wall had his struggles maybe against Ottawa, had some struggles tonight at times. He makes some big saves in overtime. And then a guy like Max Domi, who we're starting to see maybe progress in the right direction, he gets a big moment here on home ice. Like, that's a positive thing that they can take into that dressing room, and hopefully that feeds into the on-ice play going in the right direction.
You don't think he looks a lot better playing down the middle?
So much better, night and day.
Yeah.
Oh, he is so much better in the middle of the ice. He looks more engaged. It looks like he's on the puck more. It looks like he knows where to go on the ice. It just looks like
the little saucer passes.
Way more natural. Yeah, and I think that's a good point, too, because you start to see like his puck distribution skills in the middle of the ice, whereas when he's playing the wing, it's like, okay, Max, now you're going to get it. You're going to have to carry it. Let him be the distributor. I think he's done a better job playing center.
Yeah, and I've really liked Nyes playing with Matthews and Marner, even though the production really hasn't been there for them. But you've got a bigger-bodied Michael Bunting, Zach Hyman. You know, where you can go in and
much better fit.
Yeah, you can drive to the net. You can retrieve pucks, force turnovers, and feed your line mates. I think Nyes in that role I've liked as well. Although, like I said, it hasn't really translated on the score sheet the last couple of games.
Well, and so the Tavares, Nylander, Bertuzzi line. First of all, thought had a great night. Willie gets 2 goals. He gets an assist on the Tavares goal. They were going all night. But if you noticed in the third period, there was a couple TV timeouts where Sheldon Keefe is coming back with that line. And listen, you can go to any line, right? A lot of times you're thinking, well, you got to go Matthews-Marner, but he's choosing to go with that line. And from your perspective, is it more that line was going really well tonight, or is he trying to keep Matthews and Marner away from Elias Lindholm in that line?
Yeah, I mean, I think right from the start, Willie Nylander was the best player on the ice. It was one of those that a lot of times with Nylander, 3 minutes into the game, that it's his game. When you'll see that at times with Matthews and Marner as well. But it's... I think when you're forced to score 4 or 5 goals a game, eventually you do need the secondary scoring.
Yeah.
Right? And you saw, I don't believe Ryan Reeves got a shift in the third period.
He did not.
Yeah.
No.
You saw different combinations. You actually saw Nyes out there.
Yeah.
With Kampf and Gregor. There are actually some Yarncroc was out with them as well. So it's that's another area that you've got to wonder is something like Pontus Holmberg going to get back in the lineup, and there's going to be another, roster change to try to even things out, even though.
Well, what do you do with Reeves now? Like, what do you like? He's on for another 2 goals against tonight, and even the one that's the AJ Greer one, which is the tip in from the point. Like, it's not Ryan Reeves' fault, but at some point, it's just like you're on the ice for so many goals against. You have to make some kind of change and get him out of that situation.
And sometimes it's not the 5 seconds before the goal that the replays that we all see. It's something that happened 25 seconds before, 30 seconds before, where if you would have been able to take care of business and do something simple and sometimes unspectacular, that doesn't happen. You don't put yourself in that position. Like I said, my favorite line from Ron Wilson, and then I think that plays into what we're talking about here. He said, we can't control whether we win or lose, only how well we play. Because those tip-ins and everything else are fortunate bounces, but the better you play, the better the opportunities you have of getting those bounces.
Well, still, going back to when they're 4-1, they look slightly different than when they, Calgary worked their way back in. However, Calgary did that. Doesn't really matter. I thought they lost a bit of intensity there.
Well, how comfortable were you guys when it was 4-1?
Well, it's still early in the game.
I was fairly comfortable just based on the fact that it didn't seem like Calgary had much going on. Everything they had on Joseph Woll seemed perimeter, outside kind of stuff. And even though at times, like you and I talked in between periods where he looked a little uneasy, Joseph Woll, like at times like he's back on his heels, and you made a good point about him kind of having the hunched shoulders, just hoping things hit him, right? But that didn't bother me because it seemed like things were to the outside. But then, Calgary gets 2 goals, and it's
from
like,
the outside.
We're in a game here.
Yeah,
the one goal is from the outside. Morgan Riley with an excellent screen on Joseph Woll.
Yeah, and looking at the one replay, it looked like it might have caught his hip and just changed directions. But you could also see that Woll wasn't tracking it. And one of the things Joe and I loved about him, especially earlier in the season, was watching how he tracked everything, even through a screen. And now there seems to be that little hesitation, and it's more, I'm going to get big, as opposed to trying to battle through it. And I can't remember which game it was. It might have been against Los Angeles when they came back, where he got caught looking on one side of the screen and the shot beat him on the other. And sometimes that gets into your head, and you say, I got to stop guessing. I'm just going to get big. I think I know where it's coming from. Mm-hmm. I got to play the law of averages, and kind of like to get him back to, either look over somebody or, try to look through a set of legs to pick it up. But all that comes with confidence.
Well, I was just going to say, this is, he's in new territory. He's got the number 1 minutes, and suddenly, he's gone from not playing a lot to, I'm not saying he's driving the bus, but pretty close to it. So there's a learning curve there, right?
Yeah, he's the app driver, and he's got the app right now.
He's got Waze. He's got Waze on.
Yeah. I just thought, wait, who can we promote and who can't we? Anyway.
Yeah.
But
he's in a territory he's never been in.
Jim, I don't know if you know, Jim Taddy doesn't like free advertisements. No freebies here. Got to pay for.
Really?
Got to pay for your spots.
That's right. Yeah. Contact me. Yeah, message me. I'll set it up for you.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
The Calgary Flames have 3 unrestricted free agent defensemen there that are worth having on your team. Hanifin, Chris Tanev, Nikita Zadorov. Let's say you could only have one of those guys for the Leafs. Not saying which one is the best player. If you're the Leafs and you could have one of those guys.
I agree with you, Zadorov.
Yeah. Well,
I knew exactly.
You knew what I was getting at, didn't you?
I saw the leash come out, and you go, come on, boys. I got to set this up.
I got a little treat for you.
An opposing body.
You saw the hit on Bertuzzi.
Yeah.
The third period. Hey, and you know what I liked about it? You don't have to respond to a clean hit. That's something that's bothered me, that's sort of crept into the game.
Depends on the team.
That it's, and it's also a close game in the third period. You're really going to take a minor or a double minor to say, hey, see how tough we are? Hey, we lost 6-4.
Well, did you see what happened? Like, Camp was there. He went and gave him a little cross-check. He did the flyby. McCabe was there. Gave him a little cross-check. He did the flyby. And I'm sitting next to Jonas Siegel. Shout out to Jonas. And he goes, oh, why isn't someone fighting him there? I'm like, well, Camp's not going to fight him. And McCabe, you need. There's 6 minutes left in the game. If he's in the box for 5 minutes... Like, that's a big loss for them. And then he goes, and then I told him the story. I said, one time Jared Tenorti plays for the Chicago Blackhawks. He rocked the guy, and I was right there. And I said, Jonas, I did exactly what you said. Go give him a cross-check, get in his face. You know what happened to me? I ate 10 punches right to the back of my skull, and it didn't feel so good. So
you really showed him.
If you're going to go in, you better be ready to rock. And I was not ready to rock. So they played it appropriately, if you ask me.
I like the head. Yeah. And that's a big body.
And Zadorov, after the hit, he was going to take on any comers.
He looked.
Because, when big guys look like a grizzly bear when it's up on his haunches, like saying, come on. And he did that after the hit. He sort of, he got taller, like looking around. Like
Any takers? No. Okay, I'm out of here.
I don't think trying to atone for that from a Leaf standpoint and getting the snot kicked out of you.
Well, it's a clean hit.
Instead of go, we're tough. You're right. And that's
it'd be nice to have that on the Leafs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that'd be a nice element.
Yeah. Even though, Jake McCabe's probably the closest from a physical standpoint to getting to that.
Yeah, that would be it. And listen, Jake McCabe's fine, but he's not the biggest guy. He's not the strongest guy. Like, that's a guy in Zadorov where he's just built to do that kind of stuff, right? It just comes easier to you when you're built that way.
But some big guys don't, and take a lot of criticism for it.
Yeah.
I'm probably more forwards than defensemen, but there are some big guys that just don't have
There's some guys that don't know how big they are. Like they just never got the memo that they're 6'4", 220 pounds.
And there's smaller guys that don't understand they're smaller guys.
Yeah.
Clifford the Dog Syndrome, that's called.
Clifford the Dog Syndrome.
Sorry to hear that.
I've never heard that.
You have now.
I've never heard that one. But.
Tell O-Dog that one.
Yeah. See if it'll catch on.
Yeah.
Did you know my buddy Puffy from Aurora's in the building tonight?
Really?
He said he was going to come up and watch us on the postgame. I said, guy, Taddy charges admission for that.
That's not a freebie. No. So, Vancouver tomorrow night, and it's easy to sit here and go, oh, guy, but you don't know what could happen there.
Well, the tough thing is how they've done. Again, I realize, this is an entirely new season, but how they've struggled against teams that didn't make the playoffs last year. And it's, it's a bit of a head shaker. And I think then you sit back and you watch the Boston Bruins night in and night out, and you're going, that's the consistency, you ultimately want. But, you take the 2 points. You hope. Let's put it this way: if these concerns, and I would say there are many concerns, right, at this point, and the expectations are so high. If this is the worst it's going to be, and they're going to be 7-5-2, and it's been terrible.
Yeah.
I think most teams would take that as being a terrible
for
start.
A tough stretch, for sure. And even so, coming into this game, they're 4-4-2 in their last 10. Remember last year when they started the season 4-4-2, and it was like the world was ending here.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? So they go through
the season before it cost Mike Babcock his job. So we've been here for a while.
Well, he deserved to lose his job. Was that a little too harsh?
No. You could say that.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Commodore. That was right.
I didn't know we were breaking out Babcock material tonight. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't know we were breaking out Babcock material tonight. I wasn't prepared for this.
Well, you did have a couple of bags of popcorn.
Just for old time's sake.
Yeah, no, but it's been pretty well documented that the last few years, the Leafs in October have not been good.
Well, look, 2 years ago, everybody was thinking Sheldon Keefe was going to get fired. Last year, it was a little tamer, but still, I agree with you. This year, there doesn't seem to be that much concern, or maybe I'm reading that wrong.
There probably shouldn't be, but don't you think, like, the personnel that he's working with, like, the new guys have had a harder time gelling. I thought Tyler Bertuzzi looked great tonight. Like, playing on that line, it really seemed like he was starting to get his footing, understanding how to read and react off Tavares and Nylander. And like we just talked about, Max Domi playing center, he looks so much more natural not having John Klingberg in the lineup. It seemed like things were a little quieter in front of the net. Like, you can't just blame that on one guy. But look at the personnel issues that he's had to overcome. And I'm talking about head coach Sheldon Keefe. It's like, this team has come so far in his tenure here defensively. I would almost call it just a little blip to start the season here because we've seen the track record of what he can do when he has the personnel kind of bought in and playing the right way as far as making this a sound defensive team.
Yeah, I spoke to Gregory Campbell a little bit during one of the intermissions. He said, or before the game, he said, what do you think tonight? I said, my prediction was, based on the way both teams are going, I said, it'll be an overtime game, but probably 3-2, because the Leafs are due to have a low-scoring game. And, of course, it's 2-1 4 minutes in, and I'm going,
scratch that one.
I'm not going to parlay anything here, I don't believe. But but good to get the win. And you know what? Vancouver's off to a great start, but usually the way the Leafs have gotten out of these bad starts are the games like Jimmer said, you're going,
Yeah.
All of a sudden, those are the games they show up and they play their best.
They're a good team. I've watched this team a lot this year for a number of reasons, like just
the Canucks.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I believe you were there last week.
I was out in Vancouver, and this is a little point of contention between Taddy and myself because he wasn't invited out to the road trip, and I had some notes based on their press box compared to this press box and the differences, and Taddy's not happy with me. But regardless,
I like the press box. You don't seem to, but anyway.
They're a good team. They're playing very well. They're playing very structured. Elias Pettersson is leading the NHL in points. Quinn Hughes is probably the Norris favorite at this point early in the season.
Pastor Demko's been great.
Their goaltender has been outstanding. Like Vezina numbers. And Rick Tocchet has that team bought in. And where they've probably come the furthest way is the fact that they're actually a hard team to play against. Whereas in the past, it was like you could have your way with them because they weren't great defensively and they just didn't have the offensive firepower to beat you.
Yeah, and for so many teams, the first month of the season is key. I know they always say you can't make the playoffs in the first month, but you can miss it. And, I think remember Seattle went on that road trip early in the season, which included a game here, and then a 6-game. They went 6-0 on the road. You see, the LA Kings have just gone 5 straight on the road. For the Vancouver Canucks, I think this was important because not only not making the playoffs, but the Bruce Boudreau saga and everything that really made the organization look bad. I think it was important for a lot of reasons for them to get off to a decent start and not have everything be regurgitated again this year. So, and most teams do love coming to play in Toronto on a Saturday night. It's a good jolt, and even the game tonight, there's that certain feeling in the air on Hall of Fame night that makes it special. And all the games seem to go to overtime, don't they?
Yeah.
On the Hall. I might be totally wrong on that, but it just seems like every game.
And this weekend, looking at this weekend, if the Leafs didn't play well tonight and they lost, and you think about what they were going to face Saturday against the Canucks, that could get ugly for this team in a hurry with, 2 Canadian teams, national media attention, all that kind of stuff. Not that it's not here, but it feels like it's amplified when there's other Canadian teams in the building. So very important that they get to win tonight. They do that. Now they have to do it against tomorrow, and I would imagine Ilya Samsonov's going to go in net, so it's a good test for him to try and figure things out. Would you be shocked if Joseph Woll was in net?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be Samsonov.
I was actually shocked at Woll play tonight. I thought it would be Samsonov tonight and Woll back in against Vancouver tomorrow.
Yeah. I was the other way. I was like, give the kid a chance to just get right back at it, get him, an opportunity to leave the rink feeling good after a game like tonight. He makes 24 saves. He was fine. He made big saves in overtime, and he made big saves in the shootout.
Yeah, well,
and,
like we were saying, once you took all the screens and everything away from him, and it was just one-on-one, he was brilliant.
Yeah. See, if you took the screens and everything else away from you, you would make the saves back in the day.
Still be playing.
No, it's hard to tell. If you didn't see it, you don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that could have changed.
There's no way around it.
No.
Sorry, guy. Ralphie, thank you very much.
Thanks, boys. Wait 7 minutes to say my name on the air because it'll take me a while to get to the parking lot.
That's right. Okay, 7 minutes in the time. Okay, good. Another 7 minutes from now, right on the 7-minute mark. So before we go to break, I'm just going to drop a theory on you, Frank.
All right.
See, there's this game tomorrow night, and there's that trip to Sweden. So after Sweden is when the concern should drift in.
Well, are you saying that because the schedule coming back from a European trip is maybe not going to lend itself to
I'm just saying
great performance because the time travel and the air miles, all that stuff?
You play the 15 games, you go to Sweden for a week, and it's I'm not saying it's unsettling, but but the real work happens after that trip.
For sure.
It's like a fork in the road for a week.
Yes, and it's one of those things where you want to see the progression throughout the course of the season, and you want to see it in a number of categories. And, like, we know this team can outscore their problems from time to time when they need to, but, you know, I always talk about this, Jimmy, where it's like the league moves at a fast pace. And what I mean by that is the players seem to get more dialed in as the season goes on.
Absolutely.
Jimmy, where it's like the league moves at a fast pace. And what I mean by that is the players seem to get more dialed in as the season goes on.
Absolutely.
The team structurally seem to get more dialed in as the season goes on. If you don't do that, then you're going to fall by the wayside, and you're not going to have that stretch of 10 games where you go 8-2, and maybe you lose a couple, then you fire up another 10-game stretch where you go 7-3, and that's where you see the really good teams like Boston, who are 8-1-1 in their last 10, or the Rangers 8-1-1, the Vancouver Canucks, like these are the Dallas Stars 7-3-0. Like, you're seeing teams put together stretches here. You want to get things ironed up, so that at some point you're putting together a couple stretches like that, and you put that money in the bank. And when you know you're going to face adversity, you're going to face injuries, you're going to go through slumps, you have that currency in the bank that you already put in there, and you're like, okay, we just need to weather the storm here for a 10-game stretch around 500, because we know we're going to turn the corner at some point here and go back to that foundation. The interesting thing about a game like tomorrow night, I see the Canucks play, and they have things really dialed in. So they have built that foundation early on in the season. They're always going to have that reference point to go back to. For me, the Leafs are still trying to find that. And tonight, I think they take a step in the right direction in that regard. We just went through all the goals with Ralphie. Like, there's not a ton that really sticks out to you. It's like, man, that's a horrible mistake. That's another glaring mistake. So you take a step in the right direction, you build that foundation, and at some point here, Jimmy, if that's after the Sweden trip, you have this little reference point where you're like, boys, we built towards that. We know that's our reference point. That looks good. We know how that feels. And if we go through slumps throughout the season, we know we can kind of get back to that point.
Well said. 5-4, the Leafs win in a shootout over the Calgary Flames. We'll be back with more. This is Leafs Game Night, TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
They're the league's most feared offense. This week, they're on the road to face the #1 defense. Are you ready to make the call? Join Matthew Cause weekdays between 2 and 4 for Gameplay, Canada's first daily sports talk show focused on sports betting and fantasy. Get the inside edge on the latest lines, greatest prop bets, and up-to-date information. It's all on the line. Gameplay with Matthew Cause on TSN 1050. Brought to you by FanDuel. Bet on all your favorite teams on the FanDuel Sportsbook app.
At eBay Motors, we have quality new winter tires from all the big brands, like Michelin, Continental, Pirelli, Bridgestone, Goodyear, BF Goodrich, Firestone, Dunlop, Toyo, Uniroyale, which is perfect if you own a pickup, sedan, SUV, CUV, roadster, minivan, coupe, station wagon, convertible, compact, subcompact, four-wheel drive, and plan on driving it in the snow, sleet, freezing rain, powder, fog, black ice, blowing snow, wet snow. Basically, if you own a vehicle, we have the right winter tires for you at great prices, delivered right to your door. eBay Motors.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Brien, President and CEO of Reliance Home Comfort. Did you know that over 1.3 million homeowners call on Reliance for their water heater needs? That's right, 1.3 million. And with over 100,000 five-star online reviews and over 60 years of experience, you could say we're water heater experts. Switch to Reliance today and enjoy no monthly rental payments for your first 6 months with no upfront installation costs for all of your hot water needs.
Call on Reliance.
Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. Leafs winning 5-4 in a shootout over the Calgary Flames. Interesting hockey game for Nylander. I'm not going to say it's his best of the year, but pretty darn close. An unassisted power play goal, unassisted shorthanded goal, nice setup on a Tavares goal. Pretty good hockey game by him.
Very good hockey game, Jimmy, and his first career shorthanded goal. Listen, when you're someone like Nylander who can strip the puck, take the puck, and do what you want with it. And we talked about it after the first period where, yeah, you can have all the skill in the world. The coach can put you in the right spot on the ice and play with structure, but there's something to be said to just outworking your opponent, out-competing your opponent, and that's exactly what happens for Willie on his first goal of the game. Very impressive.
Let me throw this at you.
Sure.
I think he outsmarted people on the ice tonight.
He does that a lot. He does that a lot because he plays the game with his head up, right? Like, he's constantly outweighting you, and because he's so quick at accelerating, he can see when you're going to cross over and make the wrong move, and bang, he can take full advantage of it, Jimmy.
Here's William Nylander on the positives from tonight's game.
I think we battled it. I mean, going when it ended up going 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4. I mean, just sticking with it, and I think kind of got better at that moment and battled through. So I think we had a good game in that way.
Did you take the subway to the game tonight?
Yeah.
Is that just a weekday, weekend kind of thing for you?
No, it's like it mostly just depends on traffic. I hate being in traffic, and I want to sit in the car for 45 minutes getting down here.
Is that your Samsung power? Like superpower? Taking the subway gives you extra rest or something?
I just do it whenever the traffic's bad, so it doesn't really matter.
What did you see on the feed to John there behind the net?
Yeah, I just saw, Naz jumped and kind of knew that he was open there, so just put it in there, and he made a nice play on to bury it.
Your shorthanded goal, you're actually the first Nylander to ever score a shorthanded goal in the NHL.
That's good. I think, that's, obviously it was fun to get that one, but, the win is what's important.
How happy are you for Max to contribute the way he did tonight and get the shootout winner there?
Yeah, it was a very nice play early on in the game to goal, and burying that in the shootout, big points for us. So that was sick to see.
Outside the obvious need for the 2 points, where do you put the value of this win for the group, given how Wednesday unfolded?
Yeah, I think it's, like I said, we just got to take it day by day, and this was
given how Wednesday unfolded.
Yeah, I think it's, like I said, we just got to take it day by day, and this was a step in the right direction, and we know we got a great team coming in here, so just reset and, kind of forget about this one.
How many more questions do you think Willie Nylander needs to answer about the TTC?
Yeah, it's the better way, but
it's all right. You want a traffic report?
Yeah.
Well, all right, Jimmy. Here's your traffic report. Every single day, never fails. If you are driving south on University, Bay, York, Yonge Street, and you're trying to get to the Scotiabank Arena, guess what? You're jammed up, and you cannot get here. And he's right. It takes 45 minutes, so why not take the subway?
I hate to put a pin in your balloon, my friend,
all right.
but any way you try to get to Scotiabank Arena is plugged up.
Yes.
There is no easy way.
Yes. When I played here, I actually spent some time living at the Westin. Believe it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were unsure if I was going to stay here, so they left me in the hotel.
Superior popcorn at the Westin.
That's a whole other story. That's maybe for off air. But then when I finally got a condo here, I lived at Bremner and Spadina.
Oh.
And I can't tell you how many times getting on Lakeshore, I just contemplated getting out of my car, leaving it there, and walking to the rink. It was outrageous.
A younger person could walk from there.
Yes. It was also minus 20.
Come on. Wow. We talked about Joseph Woll, stupendous in overtime and in the shootout. And here he is talking about his team's performance.
Another really hard game by us, and I thought we had periods where, we looked really, really strong as a group, and, especially after them tying it in the third like that, and then I thought we really took it to them the rest of that period, and, I think that really carries over into overtime in the shootout, I think, when you have that momentum.
What did you see on the save on the 2-on-1 there, a minute and a half into overtime? Lindholm.
Yeah, saw a pass and a save. No, it was, just trying to get my team the best chance to win and stay dialed in the moment.
What's 3-on-3 overtime like for a goal for you?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You get guys to really, it opens up the rink, and guys can really show their skill. And, especially for our team, it's like, I wish I was a fan watching when we were out there playing overtime, watching some of the guys play. It's exciting. Overtime and shootout is fun moments.
What is the key for a goalie for you? What's your approach to the shootout to have success?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you and the shooter, so trying to stay patient and, trying to clear my head and just be really focused and trusting my instincts.
Do you study any tape on the shooters? Like, do you learn their moves at all before the game or not?
Not so much. There's a lot of different players, and shootouts are pretty rare, and I try not to do much thinking, honestly, and I think that serves me well, just reacting and trusting myself.
What are you seeing from William Nylander right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's a special player, man. Just the way, how consistent he's been is unbelievable, and even like in overtime at the end there, he gets the puck in our zone and the crowd's already cheering. It's pretty cool. So I'm really happy for all his success, and he's helping the team a ton.
Sheldon said he wanted to go back to you. He figured you'd flush it right away like you've done the whole season. Like, personally, how did you feel coming off the other game and how you played tonight?
Yeah, I'm really happy I got the opportunity to come back in, and happy with the faith that the coaches and the team has in me, and I'm just glad to be able to get us back in the win column tonight.
Some goaltending royalty in the building today. What was it like to play in front of the three of those guys that played the same position as you and going into the hall?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Just at the start of the game, looking over and seeing Henrik Lundqvist and those guys, it's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen them up close like that. So it's it's pretty cool and something to aspire to.
We talked about it during the second intermission. At some point, Joseph Woll is going to have to make a critical save in this game in order to give his team a chance to win. He made a couple in overtime. Six in overtime. A couple big ones. The Lindholm one on the 2-on-1 was the biggest, where he had to slide across. But I love how dialed in Joseph Woll was in overtime. Did you see how many times he caught a puck and he wanted to play it because he wanted to help with the transition play? Yeah. He's like, no face-offs, let's go. I got my horses on the ice. That shows me a guy that's pretty assertive, pretty proactive, and wants to be engaged into the play.
They were both. Vladar did that too, right? And almost created a goal. Walt made he made 2 out of 3 saves in the third period. He only had 3 shots on him.
That was it in the third period.
Yeah, 3. And then he had 6 in overtime, in a 5-minute overtime.
Listen, just make the saves that you need to make, and he did that when it really mattered tonight. And I think coming off a game against the Ottawa Senators where he got shelled, the team in front of him didn't play well, you're looking for small victories, right? It doesn't have to be a home run every single night. So if you make 2 out of 3, that's okay, as long as you make the ones that you need to make, and he made the ones in overtime in the shootout that he needed to make.
So now that you brought that up, the difference between the loss here to Ottawa and the win here in a shootout over Calgary, how would you describe that in terms of how it benefits the team?
Well, there's less critical errors. So now, instead of these guys going to the rink the next day and having to watch all the stuff that they didn't do well and not having a good feeling watching it and thinking, man, we got to crawl ourselves out of this and it's not a great feeling. Now, Max Domi has a great moment in the shootout. Hometown kid gets the game winner. Joseph Woll has a bounce-back game. He finds ways to make saves in overtime and in the shootout. And then you think about William Nylander, who, everyone's talking about. Joseph Woll says he's a very special player. We're seeing just how special he is. The way he played tonight with the skill, the speed, the way he dominated. But, Jimmy, it's not just that. He's out working guys. He's out competing guys. He's really putting it all together at the right time, is William Nylander.
Yes, he is. We're going to hear from Sheldon Keefe shortly. We'll take a break and come back and wrap it all up. So the Leafs win 5-4 in a shootout over the Calgary Flames. Hall of Fame night. This is Bolsa Canadian Leafs Hockey, Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest.
So the Leafs win 5-4 in a shootout over the Calgary Flames. Hall of Fame night. This is Bolsa Canadian Leafs Hockey, Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson.